Sound.
All right, we got the YouTube going. So good morning, everybody. So today is all about foiling. So we're going to talk about everything from toner reactive foils, foil leaf sheets, foiling different papers and substrates, adding elements of foil. We're going to talk about the Better Press. I have the Gemini hot foil press, so we're going to talk about that as well. No, there was no kit. No kit for this one. Um, we're going to talk about the different types of foil, how all foils are not made equal, and that there are all kinds of different things you can do with foils. So if you have any questions, you can drop them on the Zoom over in the chat there. I can't see the YouTube chat. Oh, I do need to turn on your free shipping as well for today. So you all should have got your coupon code. If there's anything you need to grab, and I'm just going to turn on the free shipping till tonight for you.
So the free shipping is for,
Anything you can check out as many times as you want. There is no shipping today. You can use your coupon on top of that, and it goes till midnight tonight. So like when I get up in the morning, I turn the shipping back on again. So you can use it as many times as you like, the same way you can use your coupon as many times as you like that was in the email. Um, yeah. And the coupon's valid on everything, even the Gotta Have It All bundle. And if you do the Gotta Have It All, I did it that you get free shipping for the whole of January as well. So that's an added bonus with the Gotta Have It All bundle.
so that's two separate free shippings, one for all of January and one for just today.
Right, so there's free shipping just today, which will be automatic. And then there's free shipping. If you get the Gotta Have It All bundle, so all the stuff we've got here today, then you also get free shipping for the rest of the month. And it includes our class that I just listed for later in January, which I'll talk about in a minute as well. A couple of people just hopped on with us as well. Good morning, ladies who just joined us. I just saw Connie's comment. She said, I tried the whipped alchemy mousse with a stencil. It's great when it dries. It has a velvety. It does. It has like a very soft, nice feel to it. It's almost like I tried. Has anyone seen the trick where you paint with acrylic paint and then you put baking soda on it and it gives you like this faux velvet effect to it? Um, it kind of reminds me of that a little bit too. Morning, Melanie. All right, so quick recap because a few of you just hopped on. So we're going to talk this morning about all types of foil, the differences between them, how to use them, when to use them, pros and cons of each one. And then this afternoon after lunch, we're going to focus on toner reactive foils, which you all know are my favorites. But I have got my Gemini stuff here. I have my Better Press we can talk through. I have foil leaf sheets. I have all the things. So we're going to really talk about the differences between them, when to use each one, what you can use them with, all those kinds of things. And then what else? We're going to talk about adding foil accents, foiling on different substrates. I finally have my new laminator, so we're going to try that out. All the things. But if you have any questions, you can drop them in the comments. You've got your coupon, free shipping is turned on, and you can check out as many times as you would like. And there's something else I was gonna say. Free shipping. Oh, if you get the Gotta Have It All bundle, it includes free shipping for the whole of January and the class for 2 weeks today, which is going to be about textures and stencils. So it's ways to stretch your stencils and ways to add texture and things to your project. So creative alchemy kind of base as well. So that's what that one will be about. So there's that too. And your $20 gift card from today will be sent probably tomorrow. I have to do something first thing in the morning, but then I'll be back here as well. So you will get that, and it's valid for the whole of January as well. So I'm going to talk about that because I haven't found a way, but I found a quick hack to try to test a little bit, but we'll get to that one as well. Let me see, someone just messaged me about getting into the Zoom. Let's spotlight my desktop. Okay, so I would class it that there are three types of foil. So you have your ThermoWeb style foils. So they can come in big sheets like this. You can get, I don't know if Mink still do rolls, but they used to do rolls like this. Um, they do tubes. I have the tubes in my box. They do like 6x6 sizes, and then as I say, this here they are, tubes. They do. And slide these out. They do tubes. Pink and Main also do foils. Trying to think who else still does foils. Pink and Main I've seen has their own. Brutus Monroe does it through ThermoWeb. I think Gina's still associated with ThermoWeb, all those kinds of things. So this is pretty much how you can foil. And these types of foils, I would say they're the most versatile to have in your craft room. Oh, sorry, the fan's on, it's freezing in here. These I think are the most versatile. So these are called a toner reactive foil. Now, a toner reactive foil is kind of fun because yes, they react with our toner. So if we have foiling papers like this, if we have our blank canvases, if we have, I'll get to some of these later, card panels like this, if we have, butterflies like this, you can foil all of these things as long as it's printed with toner. So if it's not printed with toner, it's printed with an inkjet, you cannot foil it. Okay. And there's a few reasons why. I'm going to show you about foiling on like vellums and acetates and things because you might have some limited success, but it is possible with them. And I also just released some little double-sided dots so you can swatch your foils. So these are 8.5 by 11 sheets. You can put a dot on here and you can swatch out all your foils, but we'll get to that a little bit later when we get to them. But that's what these are. And all of our paper packs now, our foils and everything, are going to come in these plastic wallets because I found it's just so much easier to store in my craft room. So if you order anything, they'll come in these now, which I think is really nice. So back to toner reactive foil. So you can use it with any of those toner sheets. You can use it with our old ephemera that we had. You can foil those. You can use it with, I know Pink and Main do sheets, Gina K does sheets, all those kinds of things. But the nice thing about toner reactive foil is you can use it with lots of different glues, pastes, and adhesives. So you can use this with double-sided adhesive. So you can die cut double-sided adhesive and add foil onto it. You can use our Foil Fusion, which I know lots of you are fans of. So it comes in a jar, it comes in a precision tip, and it also comes in different colors. So right now we have this one, which is our regular. So it goes on white and it dries clear. So you know when it's dry. And once it's dry, it dries tacky. So you can apply your foil to it. You could also apply glitter or, other things to it as well. But it's really designed to go with foil. And it comes in this one, so it goes on white, dries clear. We also have a black version. So if you're using dark foils and you want to have that black shine through. And then today I'm also adding a white version because I was playing around with like some of the white enamels, the neon enamels, all those kinds of things. And the clear is nice, but I found that if I had a white background, it gave me a much stronger look to behind the foil. So a lot of these foils are actually, once they come off of the release sheet, a lot of these foils are pretty translucent. They're not very opaque. So by having the white opacity behind it, it gives you a stronger effect. So there's white now, there's the regular clear, so it goes on white, dries clear, and then there's also the black, just depending what foils you're using. So that's how the Foil Fusion works. Okay, so the other thing is these all come on a release sheet. All foils are printed onto a sheet. So whether you have things like our glimmer foils or whether you're working with these, they all have a release sheet. So you're always going to have to peel off in some way. So that's how they're done. It's just how they release is based on the method. Okay. What else do I want to tell you about? Okay, so solid foils are always easier to use than patterned foils. So if you're beginning out with foils, I always suggest using solid and then working on the pattern. Like the mink ones I used to find in particular, they have hit and miss results. These ones are made in China. The Deco foil ones and our foils are all made in the USA. Actually, there's a company here in Sarasota, or they used to be in Sarasota. They now moved to Wisconsin or Illinois, somewhere like that. But they make all their foils in the USA, and there is a ton of new designs coming. So it used to be that there was only one company, and so Decofoil basically had released every foil that this company made. Now there is another company who are making them. So we have lots of fun options. I actually have the swatch card and we can do some really cool foils. So we will have lots and lots of foils coming out. Currently, the foils we're releasing, they're 8.5 by 11 sheets. They come in these plastic wallets. I've added 3 new colors today, I think. We'll look at them a little bit later. If you like the 8.5 by 11 sheets, we'll stick with that. If we want something different, you can let me know. I'm happy to try and have them cut however we want. So that's pretty much it about transfer foils. Does anyone have any other questions? Morning, Lola, about toner reactive foils, transfer foils, anything like that. Any other questions on these before we kind of look more at the heat reactive stuff? Okay, all right. So that's kind of the basics of toner reactive. So toner reactive, I think, are the most versatile. Comes in a gazillion colors and designs. Um, we can use it with toner, and I'll kind of get into the technicalities of how the toner part works. We can use it with foil fusion or any adhesive that dries tacky. You can use it with any of the thermoweb mediums and pastes. You can use it with adhesives, you can use it with toner. Oh, and you can use it with double-sided adhesive. So that's kind of like how that works. Yeah. So it's a little bit like flock and things like that. There is also, and I included this in foiling because it gives you that foiled effect. So we have our foil flakes. So this is what they come like. So these do not have any release layer. They do not have anything in them. These are only ever going to work with adhesives. So they're never going to work with your toners. You're never going to work with that, but it's a great way to add foil and shine. If you just want to put like a dot of adhesive down, it's super quick, super easy. And you can do this. And you can rub on them and do all kinds of stuff with them. But I thought it's worth just kind of including them because they give you that foiled effect. Now, your other option is hot foiling. Okay, so I have lots of hot foils here. Okay. So, morning, Mary. We're just going through the different types of foils right now. So we just talked about toner reactive foils, and now we're going to talk about heat foils. I also want to talk about fab foil too, because it's another kind of variation on a theme. So this is hot foil. So this is the kind of foil you can use with your, and I got mine out, here they are. Your Better Press is going to use this kind of foil. Okay, so you've got your plates. Also, if you have the Gemini foil press, I know lots of the different brands have their own versions, but any of these that require a heated surface, you're going to use these heat reactive foils. Now, obviously, clues in the name, it's heat reactive. Again, they come in lots of different colors. I've not seen as many patterns with these, but the way you're going to need to use these is with something that's going to apply heat and pressure. Okay. So the way you can do this is with, say, with the Better Press. You've got Better Press plates. And remember, you can stamp ink with these Better Press plates, as well as doing the foiling. Lots of them also come in kind of pairs. Like I have this, who's this one from? Who made this? Pink Fresh. So this is a Pink Fresh plate. So I can foil all of these letters, and then you can get a coordinating die and also a stamp that cuts them out. So if you want to cut out, you can see you can have these cutouts, they come out foiled, or you can have the stamp that also does the cutout. Um, I have lots of different ones. We have trims, florals. This one is a glimmer plate letterpress effect. So this is what it's going to look like when it's done. Take it out of the packet so you can see. So you have to have the glimmer foil system or the and what it's going to come out is it's debossed, so it embosses into the cardstock. So you get a debossed effect, and it's going to look foiled like this. Okay. So this is what the reactive looks like, and there's a gazillion different ones of these. And I did do a video on the Better Press, doing it with ink and doing it with foil and all those kinds of things. I also did have a video on the Gemini from years ago. And also I used to have the glimmer plate system from Spellbinders, so I had that one in there too. So all of those things were in there, and there's different ways to use them. You can also use these foils with your Cricut, with the, I can't think what they call it, but like the hot foil pen. There used to be a We Are Memory Keepers version. You can use it with that. And you can also get hot foil pens that you hold. And they're kind of fun to do. I saw one on, I think like Shein or Temu or something, and this girl was doing it. I wanted to order it, but it wouldn't have been here in time for class. But basically what I thought you could do if you did that was you could stamp onto the foil. So for instance, I could take this, I could stamp down a pretty lettering, or I could stamp down a flower or whatever I wanted. And I could put my foil over the top, and then you could just go over it with the pen. It's just like if you've ever seen those like scorching pens that you get for wood. It's just like that. And you basically go over your foil, this type of foil, and it lays down the foil onto your design. So I just thought that was a fun way that maybe we can do it as paper crafters. I'll try and get one. We can do a separate video on it as well. Um, so these need heat, very specific heat, not just a heat gun, not just embossing powder. It really has to be very focused heat and pressure. So that's why like the pens work. That's why these plates work, because we heat them up and we're applying that pressure. So they're always going to give an embossed or a debossed effect. So they're going to press into the paper. So that heat and pressure that we're doing is what's pressing that foil into the paper, and by pressing it, it adheres through that heat process. Whereas toner reactive foils are very, very different. Um, I'll kind of get into the science of those in a little bit, and we'll kind of talk about what they need. So that's the difference with a foil press, letterpress, glimmer system, whatever you want to call it, is these need heat and pressure, and you need to have a die. Okay, so you need to have a die that does something. As I say, lots of them come with coordinating dies. We had actually developed previously these, which are really cool. Maybe we'll end up bringing them back on. This was a little prototype. I found this the other day when I was prepping for class. I thought I would show it to you. So this was our version of a letterpress plate. But not only did it, you could stamp with it, you could deboss with it. So that's like the debossed version. So you can use, actually, I should say, all of these plates you can use without foil and just make an embossed style effect to it. I've never tried an iron, but you would have to, I'm trying to think. I guess if you had an iron and a die, maybe if you heated it enough. But the amount of pressure that a the die cutting machine gives, you would never get with an iron. Maybe if you did it with a heat press, like if you had the claw style, like we do the t-shirts, maybe that would work. I don't know though. I've never tried it, but yeah, so if you run it through the die cutting machine without anything, you get a beautiful debossed effect like this. You can run it through with ink and you got this effect. And again, it's still debossed. It's very hard, I know, to kind of show you on camera, but this is actually debossed in there. Or you could run it through with the foil and you got the deboss, but at the same time, you notice how it cuts on all of these. So I don't know if anyone else has plates that cut and do it all at the same time, but this was something that we had. And we even like added these handles so you could hold on to it and stuff, which I thought was kind of cool. But anyway, that was something we developed, and I don't even know if the manufacturer still exists, but I thought I'd share with you a little fun thing we've designed. Okay, so that's heat-based foiling in terms of using heat-based foils. These are actually the same foils they use like on your credit card hologram and all those kinds of things. This is typically what they would use if you see the old-fashioned like what do they call it? Like hot stamping. So this is basically the same type of foil. So if you have a book that has foiling on it, or a lot of people have Bibles and things that are hot stamped with their initials, or luggage tags and things like that, or if you buy designer handbags and you have your initials added on, they all use this hot foil, hot stamping type of foil because it's a little bit more permanent, I guess, and it's a little bit more durable. But for cards, we don't really care about that so much. So that's just kind of a little bit of the background of how it's created. Okay. Any other questions on heat-based foils? Nope. Okay. All right, so one other kind of foil I just want to kind of touch on before we talk a little bit more about the tone reactive foils and also the differences between them. So I left this one out so that we can kind of talk about if you've got them out the packet and you don't know which is which. There's not like necessarily a foolproof way, but there are a few ways you can kind of start to look at it and figure out which is which. So the other thing I have in my stash, and I went through my craft journal, like, okay, what do I have that I would consider foil? So this is the other version. It's Fab Foil. So this is from Wow. I don't even know if they still make this anymore, but I have, you can see like a ton of colors, a few different designs and things like that. This is actually a toner reactive foil. So you can use the same way you would use these, you can use any toner reactive foil with them. Okay, which is kind of fun because it means you can foil any of your stamps. However, I would say the technique itself is pretty hit or miss. Has anyone tried Fab Foil before? So let me see if I still have the stuff. I'm sure Wow stuff maybe. Show you what it looks like. Okay. If someone reminds me at lunchtime, I'll look in the dream box, but it's behind a load of stuff, so I have to get safe to move it. But okay, so I'll just read you the instructions on the back. So stamp your image on paper with embossing ink, apply Wow bonding powder, remove my God, excess powder, apparently I can't talk, and heat with a heat gun. So the bonding powder is just like basically it's like an ultra sticky embossing powder. The powder is set when it glistens and becomes clear. Then apply foil and choose heat source. So household iron, cover stamped image with your choice of foil, shiny side up, turn foil and paper over, iron the back, a heat laminator, a heat tool. So for a distressed effect, while the powder is hot, cover with foil, shiny side up, firmly rub over the foil with a burnishing tool and allow to cool and peel up the foil. Have a beautifully finished oil. Pie foils with double-sided stickers, which we're going to talk about, double-sided tape. These methods don't need any bonding powder. or use on toner printed images. So Fab Foil is also toner reactive, but they sold it with this bonding powder. Actually, Tilly, we'll see if she responds. So they sold it with this bonding powder, which was basically an embossing powder, and I didn't even feel like it ever dried sticky. So I guess what we can do if you want to try it, we'll grab some regular our embossing powder and we can try it. And see how that goes. Because I totally forgot about the embossing powder part of this. I just remember using it with other things. So they used to, as I say, used to have bonding powder. Actually, let me see if it still exists. Let's see. I'm just doing a quick Google. Yeah, so it's so designed to say stacky. Oh my goodness. Right, I'm going to read you what it says about it. While bonding embossing powder is different from regular embossing powder because it's designed to stay tacky after melting, specifically so it can grab foils. Essentially, it's an embossing powder plus foil adhesive hybrid. It remains slightly tacky when cool. It allows you to foil, no liquid adhesive required, works on intricate fine lines. And I make my own version. Maybe I have the chemicals I need. Let's see. We have embossing powder. We want it to stay tacky. So basically it says you can use powdered adhesive and mix it with embossing powder, but we can try it with regular embossing powder and see if that works too. But yeah, so I wanted to cover, well, like we can use foil fusion. So all of these foils will work with foil fusion. They'll work with our toner reactives. And I kind of want to talk a little bit about the chemistry, which is why I wonder if the embossing powder would work. I will grab some stuff at lunchtime and we will do some experiments this afternoon. How does that sound? So, so there's that. There are ways to foil stamps. We'll talk about those a little bit this afternoon. Remind me if I skip over them because I have so much to talk about when it comes to foiling and so many things I think like you should know about and all those kinds of things. All right, so let's talk about the foils. So this is our old, what was it called? Sunrise Lake. Okay, so this is what they look like on the back. So all your foils are always, whether they're heat reactive or whether they are toner reactive, are always going to have no color on the back. Okay, so the holographic ones, you're going to see some of that hologram, and the regular colors, you're just going to see this. Now, the only ways that I've found really to tell the difference is one, you're going to find those heat reactive foils tend to have a matte backing because whatever finish you've got, whether it's like the iridescent, the holographic, whatever, on the toner reactives, they tend to have that same finish on the back. Whereas when you've got the heat reactive foils, the way they're printed is done like that. Oh, I'll take a look in just a second, Barbara. Hang on. So that's one way you can kind of tell the difference. I also sometimes will just take like a little adhesive dot, and you'll find that these, the color will come up much quicker. Let me grab one, I'll show you. Some blue dots in here. Blue dots to this side. Let me see. Save. I'm looking at it for you, Barbara. Give me 1 second. Okay, I fixed it for you, Barbara. It should be good now. Okay, so if I take a little zip, take a little Zot. You step loads of those. Maybe we'll just take a piece of masking tape. So if I go on to my foils here, you see it doesn't fully pick it up. Picks up some, but it's a little bit distressed. When you go onto a toner reactive foil, it's going to pick up a very clean image. So you can do just like a little corner test with a dot or something like that. And so your heat reactive foils are going to be a little bit more on the distress. If you put pressure on your toner reactives, you're going to get a pretty clean image, and then you know kind of how it's going to do that. So the so you can do it by the adhesive method like that, or you can look at the back. So your heat reactives typically are going to look pretty matte, even when you've got ones that have like the holographic print. You see how the hologram comes through on the back? Here, that hologram is very flat. So you want to look if it's a flat back or a shiny iridescent back. Iridescents typically are going to be your toners, and your shinies are going to be or your mattes are going to be your heat reactives. There's no foolproof way. I wish there was. But there's a couple of things you can look at and kind of see how it goes. Right. So I'm going to roll this one back up for a second. Any other questions? Does anyone have any other types of foil that they're curious about, or maybe ones that I skipped over, or you're not sure kind of where they fit into this? Um, so if I look, so I'll give you the brand. So ThermoWeb now do different types of foil. They now do heat reactive foils, as well as your toner reactive foils. So you do have to be a little bit careful. It used to be that they only had those. Penny Black have foil. That is a toner reactive. Gina K is a foil, as a toner reactive. Spellbinders only do hot base foils. Okay. Um, who else? Crafter's Companion do both now, as I understand it. So again, take a look at it. Pink and Main do toner reactive foils. And I saw the other day she had foil, and she does sheets, and she has her own laminator and all kinds of different things. Um, see. So I can tell you the difference on them so you know. So she has the foilable sheets the same way we do. She has the reverse images. She has printed images. Um, she also has foilable papers. I'm not really sure how her colored foilable papers work, honestly, because typically foils, okay, so there's something to know about toner reactive foils. So toner reactive foils typically don't stick to colored toner, or they will, but it'll give you more of a distressed look. Okay, they really like to stick to black toner. So that's why everything we do is black and white, because anywhere that's black, it's going to stick to. Okay. So that's another reason that they're kind of fun. At Christmas, we had what were they called? Magic foiling sheet. one out. We'll do one so you can see it. Oh, so if you want to print them at home, and you can make your own foiling sheets at home. I'm going to give you a couple of well, okay, I'll come back to that, Rita. So you can make your own toner sheets at home. Couple of things to say. Not every toner sticks to toner reactive foils. Okay, so I had some things printed by a local printer here. It was toner printed. However, their toner did not react very well with foil. Now, the reason is, and I have some sheets here. So you can try it at home. If you're going to try printing your own ones at home, if you have a toner-based printer, put it on black and white. Do not allow it to print any color. And you want to print it on the highest quality setting that it needs. Okay, so I have a best, or some have a good, better, best, like whatever it happens to be, quality high, whatever it's called in your settings, you want to go through and you want to find the highest setting. The reason is, number one, with black and white. So if you print black and white, like black, like this, but you don't print it in black and white mode, it lays down colors in here. And you don't want that. Black toner has the correct melting point. Different colors of toner melt at different points. So we want it to be consistent so we get a nice image. And we want to lay down as much toner as possible. Okay, so these are our blank canvas sheets on that. So the way that it works with these foils, and this is why it works with adhesives, why it works with gels, why it works with foil fusion, why it works with all these things, is it just needs an adhesive. So if you have a double-sided adhesive sheet, you can put, as you saw with the masking tape, I can put this down, I can burnish it a little bit, and I can pick it up. So I could add a monogram. I could add any die cut I've got. I can cut it out double-sided adhesive, and I can foil it on my image. Okay, which is really fun. I love being able to do those kinds of things. Because it just needs adhesive. So that's why foil fusion works, is because it stays tacky when it's dry and it allows you to, burnish and foil and those kinds of things. The reason it works with black toner, and the reason, so Rita said it's confusing that toner reactive also needs heat from laminators. So the reason is it needs the heat to melt the toner back down, because toner, of course, once it's printed, this isn't sticky. You can't see it. There's a little bit coming off on my hands, but you can't see it right now. So that's why you need the heat from a laminator. So if you're using the transfer foils and you're using adhesive, foil fusion, you're using double-sided tape, double-sided circles that we have, die cut pieces. You can also use things like, I have these die cut foam wings and die cut foam stars. You can foil all of these, and that adhesive will pick it straight up. You don't need any heat. ThermoWeb have a gel that you can put through your stencils, a little bit like foil fusion. You can use the laminator to melt it slightly and foil it, or you can just use pressure and you can put it through as well. So you can, the only reason it needs the heat with anything that's printed is because it needs to melt the toner. That's the only way it creates that adhesive with the toner. So it's got to melt it. And so that's why you need a hot laminator. And ideally you want a laminator that takes a 5 mil setting. So a lot of laminators have a 3 mil setting and a 5 mil setting. And the 5 mil is obviously hotter because it's designed to take something thicker. So ideally you want a laminator that has a 5 mil setting. I know Gina K has her own one. Decofoil, ThermoWeb have their own one. Pink and Main have their own one. Mink have their own one. But you can also just use, for years I used Amazon laminators and I loved them. But recently they haven't been quite as good. And then I've also used the Scotch laminator you can buy at Walmart. And then this is the one that just came. And of course I got it for the craft room. So it's pink. It's called Chronova. I can send you the link on Amazon if you're looking for a new one. And I liked it because it was nice and compact, and so it fit in my craft room. And it takes full A4, 8.5 by 11 with cardstock and everything. So this is the one we'll be using today. And it has, you can see, so it has, this is a 3 mil setting, and that's the 5 mil setting. So if you have a laminator and it just has an eye, and an II. That's going to be the 3, that's going to be the 5. This one, it shows cold and hot. So that's the cooler setting, that's the hotter setting. So you just want to make sure you have something that gets nice and hot. I know, Mary. It took me a while. I don't know, one didn't get delivered and then they canceled. I don't know. I just wasn't meant to get a new laminator, I guess, at that time. So there is that. What else did I want to talk about? Okay, couple of other things to talk about housekeeping wise when we're working with toner reactive foils, because we're gonna do lots of foiling after lunch. We're gonna do stuff with printed things. We're gonna do adhesive. I'm gonna show you foil fusion. I'm gonna show you the difference between using a black foil fusion, a white foil fusion, a clear foil fusion. I will grab any embossing powder stuff I've got so we can try that out as well. We're going to try adhesives. I'm going to show you all sorts of different things. And the other thing is, if you foil, like say for instance, you want to do alcohol ink on a card, but you want like a holographic base. So particularly like Sunrise Lake, we used to have Moonlit Lake. Here it is. This is the silver version of it. So if you take a piece of double-sided adhesive, put it all over your cardstock and apply your foil like this, and it can just be regular cardstock. It doesn't have to be special cardstock or anything else. Apply this all over. Obviously, I give it a really good burnish, and I now have burnishing tools, which come in all your favorite colors, of course, to match everything else. So these are designed for specifically burnishing. We'll use them later today. You can get them in the pink, the purple, the green, the white, the black, as usual. But you can then, once you've applied this to your regular cardstock, you can alcohol ink over the top of it, because foil, it applies a layer on top. It's going to be non-porous. So if you want, if we have time, we can play with that too. But you can, once you've applied your foil to your paper, if you do it all over, or maybe it's just on a specific die cut, like say you foil a die cut and you want to add color to it, you will see this holographic underneath, and then you'll apply the alcohol ink on top. What's that? All right. Carrier sheets. When we are using anything and we are putting it through the laminator, you need to apply a carrier sheet. If you just take a piece of cardstock with a piece of foil on top, like this, it's going to get caught up in your laminator. It's going to move. It's going to have some wiggles to it. It's going to have all these things. You don't want to do that. And often it'll also get caught because it's 2 layers. And, you know, when you put in a laminating sheet, you know, it always has that fold on one end, and that's the end you put in first. Same deal. So we sell these carrier sheets. They actually come in half size because it's the perfect card front size. So I cut them down for you. Things. Okay. So we do this. We take our piece of cardstock. We lay our foil on top, like so. And then we would run it through the laminator with the fold going in first. Okay, so there's that. Do not use, so people have asked me, can I use my collage paper? You cannot use collage paper. Collage paper has a wax coating on it, which will melt in your laminator. Not only does it get caught in your laminator, it will stick to your project and it will just be a hot mess, and you'll need a new laminator and a new project. So do not use collage paper. You can use parchment paper. The one that we sell is actually a coated paper. So this has a non-stick coating on top of it. So when you touch it, it feels a little bit different to parchment. This has like a silicone glidey kind of thing to it. I don't suggest butcher's paper either. I've had issues with that. It's very thick and it takes away too much of the heat. So I know if you do sublimation and things like that, people will use that. People will use Teflon sheets, all those kinds of things. I've tried every type of carrier sheet, and this is thin enough that it allows enough heat to get through. Parchment paper may work, but it will stick to some of your toner areas. So if you have like an exposed piece like this, it will stick, or it may stick, just depending on the melting point and things. So there is that. Anything printed with an inkjet will never ever foil. Okay. And the way you can tell the difference is when you have something printed with toner, it's very glossy. See how glossy this is? And also it feels a little bit raised. So if I feel the edge here, I can feel that it's raised. Inkjet has ink. It sinks into the surface the same way our stamp pads do. And so you'll feel it's very flat. Toner typically is very smooth, very glossy, and that's how you're going to tell the difference between a toner reactive foil and a a toner printed item, and an inkjet printed item. Okay. So if you run something through your laminator and it doesn't grab your toner reactive foil, things to check are: one, do you have toner reactive foil or heat reactive foil in there? Maybe you grabbed the wrong one by accident. Or is your item not printed with inkjet? Maybe it's printed with an inkjet, not with a toner. Okay. So a couple of things to bear in mind on there. You can also, and so this is one of my scrap pieces, you can also use your toner reactive foils with alcohol ink. So when we did our alcohol ink class a couple of weeks ago, I talked about this. If you use alcohol inks, pure or very lightly diluted, they have all that resin that's left behind. And with that resin that's left behind, you can put down your toner reactive foils. We can burnish over the top like this, pull back, and you're going to end up with beautiful veining and things, and you can add your foils in that way. So again, another version of adhesive. So if something is sticky, it doesn't matter what version of sticky or adhesive it is, your toner reactive foils are going to stick to it. Okay. So your toner reactive foils are always going to stick to it, because any kind of adhesive is going to grab it, which is why I made these cute little swatching sheets. So these are designed to take our new 0.8 circles. Let me go grab some. Someone. Plus, I left them on the couch. Who wouldn't? So you can just pop a little circle down, press it down with your finger, peel up the release sheet, and these are printed on 110 cardstock. And then you can take your foil. So I'm just going to take this one here. I don't know what this is actually called. This is Moonlit Lake or Sunrise Lake. This is Sunrise Lake. So this is my own one I used to have with Thermoweb. So I take it. You do want to burnish. So if I was to just peel this up, I would get a very distressed effect. This, I've made this little tool, and it's actually very sharp. So you can use this to score your cardstock, but it purposefully, like bone folders typically have very soft edges. I made these have sharper edges, so they're much better at the burnishing process. So you can see I'm just going over it here. This one has a long flat edge for you to work with too. I just run it over, see how I did. Perfect. So this way you can swatch all your foils and you can see what they actually look like when they're laid down. So you can add all the little circles on, and then you can write, this was Thermoweb, Sunrise Lake. And there's notes. And I did notes just because if you want to note like your, whether it's a hot foil or whether it's a tone reactive, because you can swatch your hot foils like this. They're just not going to be quite as vibrant as they will once you do the heat. But if you want to have like, okay, I know now that these are all my hot foils on this page, and it just kind of gives me a rough idea of the color and those kinds of things, you can do that on here. So that as you saw, it will stick to that with lots of burnishing. I can also do that. So if you want to note that it's a hot foil or a toner reactive foil, if you want to note that it's, I know, maybe you want to note what size it comes in, or you want to note that it's a roll, not a sheet. So I just left you that little bit of extra space. And then you can either hole punch these, put them in a plastic wallet, however you want, or, keep them in a thing like this. And then you have a way, you also could cut them and put them on a ring. So I put the cut lines on there. If you want them, you can cut these down and you can put them on a book ring. And then you have swatches of all of your foils. So a way to keep them organized as well. So again, adhesive burnishing. Now, the other thing I want to talk to you about is when you're working, so this is the new paper pack. Yours will cover the whole thing. I just printed one super quick. When you are prepping a surface, so the more solid you have, the more you want to pray when it goes through the laminator, because some of it, I swear, is just potluck, particularly humidity. Humidity and toner reactive foiling, they're not the best of friends, I have to say. But I still love my foiling, so I make it work just fine. Okay. This kind of just gives you an idea of what's in this paper pack. So this is full 8.5 by 11 size pieces. They're double-sided printed, black and white, and you can foil all of them. They also, the other thing is toner resist your dye inks. So you can actually color this with a dye ink too. You don't necessarily have to foil it.
Yeah.
So you could have black and then have neon pink lines on here if you wanted to, or blue or green or whatever you want. You also can foil, and then you can ink blend over the top of your foiling, and your foil will also resist your dye inks. So say, for instance, I made this gold, but I wanted to have bright pink lines. You want to foil first and then do your ink after, okay? Because if I foil second, if I ink first and then foil, some of the ink sits on top of the toner and it's going to affect the amount of adhesion I'm going to get because I've got some moisture in there. And I also have a layer between the toner that's going to allow it to not kind of stick quite as I want it to. The other thing about toner is I don't know how much you all know about toner printers and things. So toner is just a very fine powder. Think of it like embossing powder. So the printers are heating everything up. They are then basically like spraying it where you want it to go, and then it sets very quickly. So it's like a little thermoplastic, just like embossing powder, very fine. It's like a dust, and that's why it's a pain when it gets everywhere, because it literally just spreads in a second because it gets in the air. But when you toner print, you will find, you can't see it necessarily with the naked eye, but if you've got like a printer's lens or something, there is dust that's on this page. Okay. So there's a couple of ways you can do that. You can just take, I've seen people do Swiffer cloths. I personally don't like those because they do have some chemicals in the cloths. What I like to do is I have an empty powder puff. You see this one says F on top for foiling. So I just have an empty powder puff and I just run it over. So this is the tool we would usually use for embossing to stop static. And I just do the same. Now you're not really going to see anything, but this is a little foamy that's designed to capture dust or distribute dust, depending on what you want it to do. And it's very good at picking up. You can also use a brush. I used to use our powder brush, but I actually found that this came out way better. But you do not want to have any static magic inside of it, because if you have static magic inside of it, it's going to apply a dust down, and then you're not going to be able to foil on top of it again. You're going to have the same problem all over again. Okay, so that's the difference. Is you want something that's going to brush over it, take away any dust that's there, and that's going to give you the best foiling image. Okay, so you want to make sure you always prep. You want to make sure you're using something that has no wax on it. So don't use wax paper, don't use freezer paper. Parchment is fine. We sell carrier sheets that are coated. You can multi-use them. Do not use collage paper because it's waxed. I don't recommend things like tracing paper, vellum, any of that, butcher paper, Teflon sheets, because they're too thick and they take too much of that heat away from them. So that's what's going to give you that nice image. You can also always wipe down the back of your foil before you use it too. If you feel like it's got something on it, like say you drop it on the floor. Like in my house, there's glitter, there's dog hair, there's, all stuff on the floor. It doesn't matter how much I vacuum or clean. I know there's stuff on the floor. So if you drop your foils on the floor, accidentally, or you find they've got dusty or you've left them out flat like this, then you do want to give them a good rub down with your powder puff tool or your brush or whatever you like to do before you start using it. Okay, so that's some more tips on that one. Question. Any questions? Michelle says plan to do this in the dry winter. Yeah, for sure. No questions. Good. I'm going to quickly check into YouTube too. Oh, you two were asking why I hadn't posted. Yeah, I was super sick. I had the worst chest infection. I could not get rid of it. And I was the worst patient in the world, I got told. Never had a patient like them. Anyway, all right, so that's everything to know about that. We talked about swatching, we talked about burnishing, we talked about no wax, what laminator to use. You can also use your toner reactive foils with stencils. We're going to be doing that a little bit later as well. You can use types of adhesives that you can use with that, just to kind of go over it, just so if you want to make a list, a little card or something. So adhesives you can use with toner reactive foils. All right. So you can use from us Foil Fusion in black, white, or clear, whichever one you want. You can use glue dots. You can use foam tape. You can use any kind of double-sided adhesive, really. Something you might want to die cut or anything like that. You can use Zots. You can use Duo Gel from Thermoweb. They have a Blanco gel. You can use that. They have Gina K now has, I think it's called like Fuse. My goodness, I can't do it. Fuse Fusion. You can use that. You can use you cannot use our pastes. Um, you can use spray adhesives if you want to. I've seen people using spray adhesives on fabric. Okay, so that's the other thing. Toner reactive foils you can use on fabric. Okay, they're not, I wouldn't say they're ultimately that washable, but you can use them. You can use them with double-sided fusible interfacing. I think that's the word I'm looking for. So you can cut out something on your Cricut or any of those things, and you can apply your deco foil or your toner reactive foils at the same time. You can also paint on Foil Fusion or Thermoweb actually do a textile adhesive. So you can paint that on through a stencil or free paint, however you want, and you can add on your foil. So you can add it to apparel. Trying to think if there's anything else. I've seen people add it on leather. There's ways that you can like make foiled leather jackets, jeans, backpacks, all those kinds of things. You can add it on wood. You can add it on acrylic with adhesive. So if you want to do like a wood frame, maybe you take like a Dollar Tree frame, you paint it. You can then take this and you can apply spots so that you have like foiled pieces. So if you want to do like a crackle effect, you could do that too. I'm trying to think if there's anything else I've forgotten that you can do with it. I think that's it. For me, it's one of the most versatile things. You can also take bling dots if you've got the little glue dots, and you can apply them and then apply your foils on top. If you don't have the gem in the right color, it's a great way to make a faux little gem, because I have a gazillion colors of foil here. Um, but yes, you can absolutely do that too. So you can take little, the little round bling glue dots, and if you don't have a gem in the same color that you want, you have the foil, take this, burnish over the top, and you're gonna have a really cool what's it called? Faux gem. Rita says, will it work with silk paints? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, I used to silk paint. I can't think, because the gutter doesn't dry sticky. I mean, you could definitely foil over the top. Like you could paint on with Foil Fusion or with the Thermoweb, do like an apparel adhesive. So you could definitely do that and apply it over the top. You could, paint it on or stamp or whatever. And then you could do it that way too. So that's definitely an option for you as well on there. What else about foiling? What else about? I feel like there's something else I wanted to tell you. I think that's everything we can stick it to. I'm going to show you how to highlight stamped images. We're going to do foiling on things like this. You can add it on stencils. Like I'm going to show you all the things. Is there any specific techniques that anyone would like me to share with you in terms of foiling? I'm going to make some notes just based on what we've been talking about. Um, okay, so the ones that I planned on covering, if anyone, okay, so I have using foil fusion, using with embossing powder, highlighting images, what kinds of adhesives we can do, different ways you can use it to create layers, um, using it with alcohol ink, using it with the laminator, how to possibly use it in your stamping, and then making your own kind of foiled papers, backgrounds, those kinds of things with foiled elements to them. Anyone got anything else, you can let me know. I'll add it to the list. But I think that'll probably take us most of the afternoon to go through. I did want to share with you. I'm going to share. I got make some space. I got like foils and foiling papers and everything. You can see all my stuff down here. Um, so okay, another thing, foils will show up on both your dark and light surfaces. So it's not specific to a dark or a light surface. It doesn't matter what you have. It will work on both. Okay, because they sit on top of the paper. It's not like using ink or anything like that. Is that too? All right, so I'm going to use my little mat as my surface here. So I'm going to take my card front piece. I'm going to show you this new stencil. It's super cute. And we're going to add some foiling to it later. So that's why I want to make this panel. So I'm going to just take my corners. I think I'll be all right doing this one. So, and then I'm going to take my stencil base, and you're probably going to be like, what on earth is she doing? Like, what is that as a stencil base? So this stencil like fits in and out of this base. So I'm just using my Easy Mask tape here. So you'll see all the pieces will fit perfectly inside. See how it just locks in like this? So the first one I'm going to do, if I got this right. It's a lot easier on the computer screen when it orientates itself correctly and you don't have to think about it. Yeah. So you see how everything just locks into place? This is how we're going to use it. So first of all, we're going to do our leaves. I'll pull out my leaf pieces here. So we're going to take this and I'm going to take my lighter screen, and I need to create this so that we can foil on it a little bit later. I'm going to use some Hyde Park. And so I'm just going to hold this in place. You can glue it in place too if you want to. And if you want to, I also left you the pieces if you want to add background color. This would be the time to do that, or you can do it at the end, whichever you prefer. So I'm going to pull that out so you can see I've already got my leaves in here. And then we're going to do our flowers. So now I'm going to take this piece I'm actually going to stick this one in because it's going to stay here the whole time and we're just going to move the other pieces in and out. I'm just going to do this. And I'm going to do this. So first I'm going to use a really light pink. I'm going to take some candy floss. And just blend. So I'm going darker on the edges. And then making sure there's pink in here, but, you know, fairly light towards the center. Okay. Then we're going to take a pretty open rose. The way I find it easiest is wherever there's this small scallop, I know it fits down the bottom here. I'm just going to hold that in for a second with a little bit of tape. So, and now I'm going to see what we're going. I think I'll do bubble gum. I just hold it with my fingers. If you have something like pixie spray or something, you can also use that. You could also spritz. I think it would look really pretty like with some bubblegum spray. I'll pick this one up. So you see how I'm starting to kind of get some of that texture in here. Then we'll go for our next least detailed. That's proper English, I don't know. Yeah. I'm gonna go for some pit stop pink. I kind of want a bigger blending brush. Can you have any in here? Tilly said she was going to wash my brushes, but I guess they've never came to. I'm scared. I'm just going to hold this down with my hand. So, you know, kind of the further in I go, the stronger the color's going to get. Stipple in some of these extra details. One of my favorite flowers is a rose. There is actually an Alexandra rose. I used to have one in my garden. You see how I'm getting all that texture into my rose? And here's my final one. So now I want to add all my details of my rose. I'm going to use flamingo for that. And I'm just going to hold down. I'm just going to go for it. Oh, Renee, you're a Marigold. So I do love Gerberas, whatever people like to call them. And I did get flowers for winning my bet last night. And he got me roses and Gerberas because he knows they're my favorite. Because you don't have to do all the layers, but the layer, it's designed that it builds up like lots of color and texture. So you see how that now comes together. What I like to do at the end is go back with that candy floss. I'm just going to use a powder rose. That's one. This is clean. Hoping this is, yeah. So I like to go back at the end and just go all over it with the lightest shade. So just in case I missed anything, just in case, I don't want a stark white. You see how it just kind of softens it down a little bit? I actually kind of wish I'd had. So that's my medium one. I'm going to see what sprays I've got here. I'm going to go that dark. I'm just playing with colors here. Maybe this in with this. I'm going to shake this one up and see what happens. I don't know that I want it as dark as this. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to do it based on splatters. So I'm going to just take the stick and I'm going to pick up color. And so this is on that kind of open, I would say like the middle version of the rose. And I don't want like full sprays because they do give a pretty dense spray. So I'm just going to give it some little taps. So I'm just sticking my tube in and you see how I'm tapping and I kind of have then control over where I want those to do. And the reason I'm doing this is because I want to show you how I would take a stencil like this and add accents to it of foiling rather than foiling the whole thing. And then I have another new stencil, which is our pebble stencil, this one. And we're going to foil all of this one a little bit later. So we'll be doing that after lunch as well. So now I'm going to lift this one up. So I like how that looks. It kind of gives it that like distressed look to it. So I didn't bring a trash box, but it's still fine. So it's just designed so you can take the pieces in and out and everything gets held in place. And then you can add a little bit of green in the background if you want to. There is another piece in there that has the leaves masked off. So if you just want to do the background, you can do that too. But you can really kind of play. But I love that rose. Like it's so pretty. Look at it. And it's already got like a little bit of shimmer on there. And so we'll add some more stuff to it. Okay. And there is that. And I was able to line everything up. I just used the grid lines on my, you can see this. So on here, there you go. You see I have the lines of my binder stencil. So I just lined it up on that. And then I lined up my cardstock on this cardstock piece. So it has all 3 layers of a A2 card base, so you can line everything up perfectly. And then it also has the binder stencil, and it has a 6x6 stencil. So if you have anyone else's stencils that are 6x6, you can line those up on here as well. So that's what that's designed to do. Okay. All right, so questions, comments, concerns, things you want to know, anything we haven't covered kind of in like the basic principle foundations of thank you, Zoom, of foiling. Or do we kind of cover everything? Here we go. Have I kind of covered everything on the basics? Is there maybe another type of foil you want to know about? Maybe another medium, adhesive, anything like that that you would like to know about? Because what we'll do is we'll take our lunch break at noon. We've got 7 minutes. We still have to do winners, a couple of things. And then we'll come back. We'll start with applying adhesive to a few things. So if you have foil fusion, we'll apply some of that. I'll look if I have the embossing powder too, so we can play around with that. I'm going to turn my laminator on. Actually, I'm going to do it right now to heat up during lunchtime. While we wait. No questions. You just check the YouTube too. If your bubble gum spray is clogged, what you can do is run it under warm water. I usually soak mine, because it just means the mica's got clogged in there. So, that would be the way to do it as well. I'm just trying to get the, oh, it's fine. So I'm going to plug this in. I hope this is a good laminator. I really do. Had good reviews. Is it better to let one heat up a while? So I usually put my laminator on like 10-15 minutes before I want to use it. Because I want a nice even heat. I want it to be as hot as it possibly can. Because it can't really be too hot for foiling. So when I did the first round of papers and I found out then they didn't foil after our local printer printed them before we did it in-house. He didn't have a laminator, but he had a heat press, like the clam style one. So he went and he heat pressed it, and that works too. So you don't have to have a laminator. You can, I think, do it with an iron, just you'd have to press pretty hard. But if you have a heat press, you can put it in there. Really, as I say, all you want to do is you want to melt that toner so that you melt it and then it comes back and it melts quick enough and then it just really solidifies. And as it solidifies, it grabs the foil and it becomes embedded in there as well. So that's kind of how that works. We're going to talk a little bit about foiling with stamped images, different ways to foil on stamped images. If you've got stencils, you can grab those. If you have double-sided tape, I'm going to show you how to do some kind of cute little designs and things with it as well. Just like if you have, you see, it can be any thickness. This is 8. I don't think I have any quarter left. I need to restock on such things. I have this box of adhesives. Oh, I have some quarter. So I have quarter and I have 1/8. So I'm going to show you a way to create some cute backgrounds. Foil fusion, laminator. That's pretty much it. Foiling is pretty simple. You don't need many tools or many things for foiling. Let's pick a couple of winners. Now, I know some of you didn't get your gift cards. I'm going to, when I issue these ones tomorrow, I will reissue your other ones too. So I know a couple of you emailed me over the weekend and asked about those. So I will resend you those. So if you happen to be lucky enough to win twice, then you will find that out as well. All right. So I need my little drum roll. So our winner, I'm going to do a 10 a.m. and I'm going to do an 11 a.m. winner. So I'm just doing the random number journey, so I'm counting. All right, so our first winner is Kathleen Thompson. Congratulations, Kathleen. Thanks, Michelle. And our second winner is Rita. Congratulations, Rita. So we'll both send you out gift cards tomorrow as well. All right, so it's noon. So we're going to take a quick 30-minute break. I've got my laminator heating up. I have my list of stuff I'm going to go grab to share with you all. If anyone has any questions, feel free to drop them in. I'm just going to be in and out. I got to go make Safe and Tilly something to eat. Apparently, you have to feed these child and husband things. Like, I don't know. It's weird they want food. What's the best email for me these days? You can use the office at digitalphoenixseo.com. That's what all of your like order confirmation and everything goes to. You can always just reply to one of those and that comes through to me right here as well. So I'm gonna remove my spotlight. If you guys want to chit chat with each other, I'm here. I can hear everything. I'm just gonna be in the kitchen making them some food. But we'll resume 12:30 and we will jump into doing some actual foiling. Now we've kind of covered the basics, and if you want to grab anything, you'll feel free to as well. Hello, everyone. I think I have everything. Well, that was disastrous lunch. I'd be tennis fan. It's so cold. So, hello. Okay. Well, at lunch, I burnt my arm. I, oh yeah, Kelly's mad at me because she had issues at school this week and I told her off again. I made make him, oh, spring rolls. And they reminded him of last week when he got food poisoning when he took me out for dinner. So I'm going to give up on that one. I got Tilly mad at me. He hasn't eaten. I ate. All right. So we're going to dive into foiling. I have so much here for us to play with. It is freezing in this room. I might be putting a hoodie on in a second. Oh yeah, we went for so my favorite thing in the world is Peking duck. I used to work out in Shanghai. I love Asian food. Peking duck's my favorite. So he decided he was going to take me for Peking duck because I never go. And we went and he had this fish dish, which I would never eat fish in a Chinese restaurant here other than me. Anyway, he ate that and he got food poisoning all night. I was fine. So yeah, lessons learned. So now he won't eat Chinese food, which sucks because it's one of my favorites. And that's what it is. Anyway, um, I don't even know where to start. There is so much to talk about. So I did go and look in my WoW stuff. Okay. I think maybe we'll start with that and see how this goes. Never say never. Yeah, right? Maybe. Maybe in time. Right now he just has PTSD, so we'll leave him be. So I did go through my WoW stuff. And I don't have bonding powder anymore. What I do have, let me spotlight my desktop. Other than a very dirty Misty, is I have melt it powder, which I don't think it's the same thing because it says use on its own or mix with your own chosen WoW embossing powder to create 3D embellishments and jewelries. Go melt it. And I think what this does is it's basically like a filler for embossing powder. So I don't think that this is going to do it. I was going to try it. I also grabbed some of our Clear, the ultra fine embossing powder. I thought we could try that and just see if the technique works. And we can try it with fab foil and we can try it with our own foils too. So I have fab foil. I grabbed a stamp set. I grabbed this Olive Maker Forte one. It was one of the ones we had in our D stash. And I still have more stamp sets to list, but anyone who's ordered, they've already shipped everyone's stamp sets out. They're all the old Maker Forte ones. All right, so we're just going to stamp this lots of times and emboss it in lots of different ways. So I have my powder puff. This one has static magic in it to stop some of the static. Oh, scissors. So this is our little powder puff tool and it has something called static magic in it and you put it over your card fronts and it stops you getting that like excess from stamping. So I think what we'll do is we'll do a sheet with melt it and I'll stamp the butterfly twice and then we'll do a sheet with our clear embossing powder. We'll do the same. and we'll try them both. Okay, so there is some cornstarch in Static Magic, but cornstarch on its own, whilst it's anti-static, it's not fully anti-static. So we have a couple of different things mixed in there to not only remove static, but also there's everything in it's natural too. Like if you ate it, I wouldn't suggest eating it. You're not going to get sick from it, is what I'm trying to say. And it's designed that it repels and has like it leaves like a little bit of a coating, not enough that it affects your embossing, but to actually repel the powders. So there is cornstarch in it, but it's not the main ingredient. There's other things in it as well to make sure that it really does its job well. So I chose two dark cardstocks. So on the gray, I'm going to use melt tip powder, and on the black, I'm going to use regular embossing powder. So I'm going to But yeah, I thought this is clumpy too. Look, clumpy this is. Like, I don't know if it's just because it's old, but you see, even with those thick clumps, it repels them back out again. So there's a couple little pieces here I don't like. Oh, that's actually in the cardstock. Okay, so there's no more powder on here. There's just stuff in the cardstock. But yeah, this is like super thick and comfy. This reminds me of like the powder we use for t-shirts, the DTF powder. And I'm going to do the same. And I'm going to leave those butterflies in there in case we need to stamp again. I'm just going to take the foam out, and then that way it doesn't get on anything. And I'm going to the transfer sheets, because they have that coating on there, also great for working with your embossing powders, because the embossing powders won't stick to these. They just fall off and go back in. So this is clear. There, I didn't do a good job of stamping, or something's wrong. Guess it's on me. Can't really blame anything else. We shall see how this goes. Oh. See, I got it good under there. All right, let's set these. This one's going to turn clear, so you're not actually going to see it. But just remember that it is a little bit patchy too. So when we do the foiling, we need to remember it is patchy. So, so we'll just have to remember that one's a little bit patchy. But I will say, so This one went, like it cured very quickly. It's not very raised compared to regular embossing powder. Like this is really raised. As I said, I thought this was a filler, but I guess we're going to find out what it does. So I'm going to cut off some fab foil. Let's see. I wondered if I was smart enough to put my Bondit powder in my fab foil drawer, but I wasn't, so. But I'm going to cut these in half. Right, so I'm going to do fab foil on those. And I'm going to do thermal foil on the others. This is big enough. No. No basket. So let's grab our laminator. So it's going to take us a minute to laminate all of these. That parchment. So I'm literally, this is my thermal foil. I'm going to just lay on top. So remember, I've got pretty side of foil always goes up, dull side or silver side down, over your image, into the crease, and just feed it in. Yeah. Which is the same with this one. I'm touching this because it's nice and warm and I'm so cold. This room's freezing for some reason. It's pretty quick actually, this laminator too. So this is the fab foil. So fab foil, when I read the description, is almost the same as Thermalux foil. And we also have our own colors now. So we have a chrome, which is here. So this is the chrome. We have I'll get them out in a second. We have a blue, I call it cut sapphire. We have a red, which is called cut ruby. And then we have a rose the day away, which is a rose gold. And you get 5 8.5 by 11 sheets in a pack. Why is this one? And they are all toner reactive. So the thing I noticed is look how this one kind of rucked up compared to the Thermoweb, which didn't ruck up at all. Interesting. I feel like their foil is thinner than the Thermoweb foil, but I don't. You see how it's kind of struggling to grab it? Like I'm really having to make sure it grabs it. Okay, so let's peel off and see how our experiments came out. All right, so let's start off. This is Fab Foil. This is with their melt tip powder, I believe. Yeah, this is with their melt tip powder. So a little bit, but not huge amounts. Like if you wanted a distressed effect, I guess. This is the Fab Foil with our ultra clear embossing powder. Let's see how that came out. I would say a bit more. Look. Maybe a double foiling. But there's no embossing powder here. But everywhere there's embossing powder, it's picked up. All right, we'll play around with this in a little more in a second. So this is their bonding powder and the Thermoweb foil. Again, very, very patchy. And then this is our embossing powder and Thermoweb foil, like lots. Way, 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 way more. As you say. Okay, so let's take this a little bit further. So now we kind of have an idea. So the Bond-It powder, I would say, is out. And I'm going to keep going with the ultra fine clear a little bit. I'm going to grab out a piece of cardstock again. We're going to do some static magic on it. And I use static magic when I use foil flakes and stuff too. Because it just kind of helps take the static down of everything. So I'm going to apply clear. Where my smusher is. Take that out for a second. Grab my clear. I don't know why. Maybe my clear needs a re-ink. My clear pad, that's what I mean. This looks very sticky. I'm going to do a second. My plan was to do a second stamp. Definitely going to need at least a second, if not a third. I'm going to apply some clear pre-inker. Grab some clear re-inkers. Re-ink our pad. And it will soak in for a minute. But you can use any scraper on your ink pad. Just do not use what's it called? Your Tim Holtz scraper from your mat. Not a good idea. It will rip your pad apart. They actually have what I'm looking for. They actually have a piece of glass embedded in there, and it will absolutely destroy your ink pads. So just a nice soft one. You can use your texture tools from Alchemy, you can use all those things. So much better. On again. I'm gonna do one more just to kind of see like how strong it needs to be. So if you used ultra thick embossing powder, I don't think that would work. You want to use the finest possible grind I'm seeing with this to make sure you have the most solid image. I'm going to show you another way you can also foil your stamps. It's a little bit different. But we're going to play with this one first because if it works with embossing powder, I think that's super cool. Okay, the lid on because otherwise I know me. I'm just going to take this off and I want to do some more stamping in a little bit. And let's just put this up here. And I'm actually going to spend just a little bit longer melting it than I normally would. So the first thing I noticed when I melt it is embossing powder. And this is kind of how you get the unique properties of embossing powder. Is it likes to bead up. There's a couple of spots I can see I've missed. I don't know whether it's a flaw in the stamp or what, but like here I can see like I've missed a little bit. But you see overall, see everything there. Let's change that. Come on. There we go. So overall, I have a pretty solid glossy image. So normally embossing powder doesn't give you that kind of solidness. If you do it twice, the first one I'm not going to count because my pad was so dry, but you want that kind of like nice solid line on there. So I would definitely say do it at least twice. I'm actually going to try a piece of our foil. This is our chrome. This is the one we used in the alcohol ink class. So I'm just going to cut a piece. I'm going to cut one of the butterflies. We'll go with this one. And I'm going to run it through the laminator twice. And then give it a little rub while it's still warm. And then the nice thing about putting it on, so you don't want to rip the foil off straight away. You want to wait a second for it to cool down. The reason is the same way when we do our So what I'm looking for. When we do the toner reactive foiling, we want to let it cool for a second, because what we're doing is we're allowing it to melt and we want it to solidify and grab that foil. So if we pull the foil off too fast, it hasn't had time to solidify and grab that back. By putting it on a glass mat, like when I make t-shirts and I do the DTF transfers, I put them on top of my laser because it's a big glass panel and it cools them evenly and quickly as well. So there's that too. Let me just see. So a little prayer. I would actually say that's pretty good. What do you guys think? I must have got some embossing powder over here. I probably could get that off with, I don't know if I still have a sand eraser in my drawer. I used to. Yeah. If you get a little bit of overfoiling, just use your sand eraser and it comes off. The two shirts, the white shirts you got this morning.
Of someone?
Yeah, I'm doing the Zoom. She's coming to pick them up. I'll text you when I see the front door. But it should be the two shirts. They're in the office. Done.
She will pay cash?
Yeah.
Sure.
That's what she said. I just wanted you to know that she's coming. So yeah, so there's how to foil a stamped image. My word, I can't get my words out. I haven't got that far. Apparently antibiotics don't help with that. But yeah, so I think that that's a pretty good foiled image. So you could do flowers, you could do butterflies. You can obviously do it white on black, black on white. You could then color this image in with, actually, you could color this image in with colored foils if you wanted to. So you could take, this is Foil Fusion White, and all our glues are going to now come in the same bottle because I have so many bottles in this house and I just want to narrow things down a little bit. So I'm going to put some, whoop, this is a brand new one. So I'm going to fill in the dots here. So the trick I would say is to stamp every image and heat emboss it twice. And then we'll put that on. Oh, the reverse design, yeah. This is what we've got left. So this is where I need my new drying rack. I'm gonna go grab it. You may have seen there's a drying rack on the site we added. So this is blank canvas. So this is all black toner on 110-pound white cardstock. This glue is our Foil Fusion, which I'm going to get into a little bit more. It comes in white, it comes in black, and it comes in, this is actually clear. So then what you can do is you can take the reverse images of your foil. Where's my foiling one of these? I'm going to just erase any excess powder. And I'm definitely going to do it on the back of this foil because I think there's probably some embossing powder on the back of this. And I don't want that because it's going to hinder my adhesion. So I'm going to hope I've got everything off that way. Now I'm going to put this on top of here. And again, I'm going to run it through my laminator. Doctor won't come in here. I think I got a crinkle in it. That was on me. I don't know how hot this laminator gets. That's why I think I'm going to do it a second time. Let me message this guy back. Apparently, I'm the only person in the world who doesn't have Venmo. People keep asking to Venmo me. All right, so ignore the crinkles. The crinkles are on me. I didn't ensure it was flat enough. We'll see how we did, other than the crinkles. So you can kind of see, I didn't do the best job. I'll do another one in a second. You'll see the reverse. But basically what it does is it allows you to take your resist, and if you don't get crinkles in it like I did, you get the perfect reverse image. Right, I'm going to show you another one in a second because I messed that one up. Get the crinkles on there. But that's essentially what blank canvas does. So anyway, now I have black. I could apply another color. And you can do this like endlessly. This is a never-ending process. So now I could take what I've got here. This is a gold. He doesn't do like online. He has no socials. He doesn't do anything. So like this whole world I have is eating. Again, this laminator is really adding a lot of crinkles. I don't like that. So far, this laminator, I'm like, it's okay. We'll keep trying laminators. I have my Amazon one down there. I just have to put everything through a gazillion times. Yeah. Yeah, I don't like the fold. Look how it folded this. So I don't recommend this laminator. As I say, it's my brand new one. I always like the Amazon or the Scotch thermal one. They were my favorite. So, all right, so we're going to move on a little bit from this. So yes, we can foil our I've got glue on there. So we can foil our stamped images. Could you sub foiling for gold leafing on glass? I'm going to say no because you couldn't put the glass through the laminator unless you used foil fusion, because foil fusion does dry tacky, but on glass, I don't know that foil fusion would ever dry right. Like that non-porousness of glass. I don't think so. That's my gut instinct is I don't think so. So there's that. Okay, so let's go now and talk about foiling with the toner, and then we'll come back to foil fusion. So there are lots and lots of different ways to foil with toner. So I'm going to take a few of these. I also have panels here that are new. I have different substrates here. And I'm going to choose a flower. These coloring foilable sheets, they're so pretty. Look at them. We're going to do a few different things with them. So yes, I'm going to go through Foil Fusion like start to finish in a minute. I'm going to talk a little bit now about the laminating stuff. I'm going to turn my Amazon laminator on too, just because I'm not loving how this wrinkles my foil. So we'll just kind of see how that goes. But bear with me. So I'm just making a little bit of room here. Okay. So anything printed, as I mentioned before, with toner can be foiled, okay? So these are our foilable sheets. I'm gonna grab one of these. We've got paper trimmer from the baby. Or, you know, we'll knock them all on the floor too. It's fine. So here I printed some of the butterfly sheets, once on acetate and once on vellum. So I'm going to do that too. We're going to run lots of things through the laminator. Maybe I'll discover the secret of this laminator and missed some. So far, no. It'll be fine in the office, but not here. It's that one. This one. I'm trying not to put that on there. And then I'm just going to snip a little bit off the top to use of these foiling pins. Okay, I also want to mention anyone who got the advent calendar, because a few of you have messaged me, so I wanted to just talk about it. If you got the advent calendar and you wanted more of any of the papers, you can reach out to me and I will do it as a custom order. I don't want to list them on the site because I said that they were exclusive to the advent. So I don't want to like go back on that. I lost my Zoom. Sorry, someone sent me a. Come on, there we go. There you go. So, so I did say the yeah, I want to keep them exclusive, but if you want more of the sheets, then you can email me and I can do them as a custom order. So I just wanted to put that out there too. I need doctor's treatment. All right, so we're going to use all of these. I will use some of our new colors, but I just have a whole roll of this foil, so I don't mind kind of using it up. If you guys are good with that, I'm just going to, like I have a huge roll of it here. So I'm just going to start on that. And I like cutting foil with scissors. I just find it's easier. I haven't found a tool that does it for me. Oh, I'm glad you like me, Minnie. I've got the pieces of foil here. We'll see how badly this crinkles them. But here's my transfer sheet. Here's laminated one. The other one's heating up. It's just. All right, so we're going to start off. So this is my foilable papers. So each one is double-sided, so you can foil both sides, one side, whatever you want. We're going to work through all the toner stuff, then we're going to go into adhesives, and we'll talk about alcohol inks and that kind of stuff. And I also want to talk to you about block and enamel as well a little bit. So we'll get to those at block. I don't think I'm doing now. It's like this, what they call enamel. So I want to talk to you about those as well. I'm just going to take a piece of the silver. I am set to high on my laminator, yeah. So I just use my powder puff with nothing in it. I know, I'm not too, like even now it's rippled again. And I put it in perfectly flat, so do not recommend this laminator. I'm heating up my Amazon one. We'll try that. We just have to go through a couple of times. The heat on this is really nice. Like it's really nice and hot and it feels very even all the way down. But the feed system, trying to look inside. I'm not a fan of because look at this. It added little bubbles. Yeah, kind of bummed. Oh well, that's what Amazon returns are for, right? But overall, apart from where we got the bubbles, you can see anywhere that's black becomes foiled. So that's how this works. Okay, so anything that's black becomes foiled like this, which is super pretty. I'm actually going to, my Amazon one says it's ready. So we're going to test it on the reverse of this same piece. Let's try it and see how it does. I'm going to run it through the Amazon one twice just because I know it's struggling with heat. It is pretty old. I'll leave that one on for now. So the heat element of the Amazon one is up here and it's like super hot, and down here, like down this end, it's kind of cold. So I'm going to put it through at this end and I'm going to put it through twice. And we'll see how it does. As I say, the Scotch one always used to be great. I haven't used that in a while. I'll grab one when I'm at Walmart and try it. Because I know it's not the foil and I know it's not anything else. So it has to be that. So the issue with doing the squeegee is once it's gone through with the heat, you can't like squeegee that out. That's the downside. So like this one's just gone through and there's not a bubble in it. The only thing I'm worried about is if there's enough heat. So I'm going to put it through twice just in case. I'm going to turn this to. Do you see when I pull this one out? There's a couple of little lines and stuff in here. Yeah, so it's not hot enough. Oh no. Use the error. You can all laugh at me, it's fine. I had to put my foil on upside down, I think. I'm pretty sure I put it on upside down. Don't talk cold. The Royal one. Is that the one that Thermoweb used to have before they had their own brand, the Royal? I think. I think that's that one. I mean, as long as it's hot, like super hot, with an even heat, and you want to make sure it's got good rollers inside of it. You also want to make sure that you put your foil down the right way up. I have to laugh at myself. Sometimes I do silly things. Now let's hope I did this right. Oh, look at that. So it's a little bit uneven on the heat, but you can see I've got a much, much better impression. And it doesn't really give any crinkles. So what you end up with is this piece. Okay, so this is what's left. So don't throw these pieces away because you can take, and just bear in mind my laminator. The other thing I'll always tell you is to try and put, when you're laminating, put your long end in first, rather than going widthways, go lengthways, and you tend to get less wrinkles in my experience. Okay, so we're just going to go with this, and I'm going to mix between the different laminators, but I think I'll probably just go twice with the Amazon, and at least then I don't get so many bumps and lumps. We need some like cool musical interlude. And then you can peel this off. See, all my foil's gone. And so I get the reverse piece. Okay, but what the cool part is you can keep going. So now I could take another color of foil, say I've got this, what I've got in here that's open. Red static. This one just happens to be open, that's the only reason I'm thinking. This is red static, this is a thermoweb foil. And so you can use anything. If you foil words, if you foil flowers, whatever you happen to foil, you can always grab the reverse by using what is called, I call them blank canvas sheets. That's what we call them. You get 4 in a pack. You get 4 8.5 by 11 sheets. They're fully coated in black toner. And then you can do this. And then I can go this way. There's someone at the front door. I'm going to run this through a second time. I'm just going to answer the phone door once. Thanks, me. Okay. All right, so I'll fill this up. So I got a couple of lines in it, but You see how now I can fill in the reverse. So now I have double foiled cardstock like this. And then with what you've got here, you can take another piece of blank canvas, lay this down, and then where there's silver, there'd be red, and then I can add the silver. So you can actually just keep going and going and going. Once you've got your original pattern, you can keep creating more and more and more. Exactly. Also, if you remember, I said how this resists ink. So say, for instance, I just have orange sitting in front of me, so that's why I'm going to pick orange. But if I take some coral keys, put it over the top, take a piece of kitchen towel, buff. So you see how it resists, the foil resists the ink, and so you can create your own color in the backgrounds as well. So you can do that too. Now you can only do this technique with cardstock. It won't work with like a Yupo or something like that because the Yupo will warp inside of your laminator. Okay, so that's how that works. Oh, my arm. All right. So that being said, so some of you may know about, I got lots of things here I want to get through, but enamel. So these are like a solid foil sheet from Thermoweb. Now, if you look at the back of it here, lots of people think this is the same as foils. They're not. Okay, so these are not the same as your foils. These, and we're going to use them when we get to foil fusion and things, these will only work with adhesive-based techniques. They do not react to the toner. It doesn't work. The same with flock sheets. You're going to need the adhesive techniques I'm going to show you in a minute. So these two will not work with your toner reactive techniques, okay? So now I'm going to work on a piece of vellum because I want to show you what happens when you try different substrates. And it's always fun to try different substrates. So here we have a piece of vellum. I'm going to put my foil on, make sure I got my foil the right way up this time. I think so. And again, I'm going to run it through twice. I'm actually really excited. My friend who does all the print stuff, they want to get a foiling machine, like a proper commercial foiling machine. So I'll be able to make like true foiled cardstocks and things. I think that'd be really fun. So keep your fingers crossed that that comes off because I'm really excited about it. I think it would be a fun machine for us crafters to have as much as the print shop to have. So this one got some wrinkles in it. If you really struggle with wrinkles, you can tape the foil down, but I found, again, that's like kind of hit and miss. It's easier to just, you see, the first time I went this way with my piece, and then the second time I went this way. So I just rotate it around and just kind of see how I get on. And there's nothing to say you can't always take another piece of foil and foil over the top. So if you get like big pieces, like I can see here, I've got some big chunks that didn't foil, then I'm not going to worry about it too much. I can always go in. So when you're working with vellum or you're working with acetate, I'm going to do acetate too to just show you, you're going to get more of a distressed effect. But it's not to say it isn't pretty. Like, look, see on there how pretty it is to have those kind of foiled effects. But you're not going to get a solid image. And that's just because of the substrate you're using. So vellum is not going to allow some of the toner, because it's thinner, it's textured and those kinds of things, it allows some of the toner to go in. But at the same time, you can see it gives you like this distressed foiling on top. It's actually really pretty. But don't expect to get like a perfectly foiled image. You're not going to get it when you put it through with the vellum. But I do like to sometimes do it, and you know, it kind of gives you a fun effect. So that's it printed with the black, and then that's it printed on the front. And I didn't list it in the store, but if you guys want me to do the flower panels or the butterfly panels on vellum or transparency or things like that. So So that's one way you can do it. I can also, yeah, I can print I'll show you all the butterfly designs and stuff in a minute, but I can print them all on different things. Right, I'm going to do the same with acetate. Now I want to make sure I've got the side I printed on. Now the side I print on, so if you've got some of our acetates and you want to try this, it's going to be the side that not only is the darkest, but you're going to feel like it has a little bit of like a gritty matte to it. And you're really going to want to make sure you brush off any excess toner, because acetate itself is very static, of course, and everything's going to want to stick to it. So I'm going to do the same thing. I love the vellum too, Mary. And yes, thinner vellum will do better than thicker vellum. The one we use is what I would call a light to medium weight. But I kind of wish now I'd done all of these butterfly panels and flower panels on the vellum and the acetate, because it's really pretty. I only listed them on paper, but you guys can let me know what you think. All right, so this is done. I'm going to do it twice just in case. Just in case. So this is on the acetate. So a couple of other things about acetate. So the acetate is going to give you a very solid image. You see how solid that comes out? But that's not to say that you might not want to put, I think I have the same image twice on. This is a similar image. Not to say you don't want to foil one, and then you can always put the lines over the top, and you can have the foiling underneath. So you see now how that foiling shines through. Now the reason is acetate. Okay, so most acetates you cannot foil at all, just FYI. This is how I like to do it. This is not obviously the same image. I would suggest doing it with the same image. I just tried to pick one that was similar so you could see, because you see how solid it comes out. Okay, and the reason for that is because acetate is naturally static, so it likes to cling. So as soon as it gets hot, it clings to the acetate. The acetate we use to print the laser, these image with the toner, is a heat stable plastic, not enough for heat embossing, but enough that you can put it through a laminator, enough you can put it through an ink toner laser jet, because that gets hot. So you can do that. But when it remelts, the toner likes to spread, which is how you end up with this very solid image. So you would want two of the same, and then you would do one solid and then put the other one over the top. But look how pretty it is when I do that. I put the black behind it. Look how pretty that is with the silver behind. And you could also do it with a shaker element to it. So if you lifted this up, you could always add a shaker element behind too. And then you would have the shaker, or if you colored on the reverse side. So if I color on the back here with my alcohol markers, I'm just going to color a little bit down here with those daisies. Nice and squeaky, huh? Okay. So they are really pretty when you just color on the reverse anyway. But if I took that coloring and what am I doing? Yeah. layer it over the top of the holographic foil. Oh my goodness, my words aren't coming out. So you see now how I have like a colored holographic foil. So there's that. So these acetate sheets, they're called Inspired Clear Effect sheets, I think they're called. Clear and then the letter F, the letter X. So they are all going to be they're not heat embossable, but they are heat stable. And then also any of the ones that we print on acetate are all printed with a laser printer, but you can have that come through as well. So you see how you can color it that way. So I could also put alcohol inks on the back. I could do anything, paint with alcohol inks, use alcohol markers, and everything is translucent enough that you're still going to see, you can see it on the, I think on the flowers there. You can still see that holographic effect come through it as well. Now, if you just put the foil behind, it's kind of a bit much, I think. Whereas if you foil the image and it just comes out solid, then you get those kind of areas. As I say, this is not the same image, so I'm just trying to use one that was similar. You can see that in the background too. So that's how you do that. Okay. All right. So we talked about acetate, we talked about vellum. You could do the same thing with the vellum too. You could layer one over the other or just leave it on the front. You can color with this. Could you make a matte effect finish on the acetate? How do you mean matte effect? Rita, what do you have in mind? What else I want to share with you? Okay, so these are the images. So if I'm not having much luck with my laminator here, but we're going to do our best. I do want to talk to you about distressed foiling too, because you might want that, like if you're doing something kind of vintagey and stuff, so it looks more like vellum. I guess you could paint the back with like liquid glass or something. I guess, probably, maybe. Keep putting this on top of the adhesive. Apparently I have zero brain. So here's what it looks like when you foil it. You see, this is where I got those lines in it. So this is what I would do, is I would just take the foil again. And I would run it through again. Is everyone having fun, enjoying themselves and learning things about foiling? Yes, good. So really the key is having a good laminator. There we go. Getting better. So you see you can foil the whole image and have your own foiled cardstock. This here, I think there must be a cold spot in my laser because it's always in the same spot. It's not picking up. But you see you can foil that. These ones I actually will do selective foiling with in a bit, and I think you'll really like the effect. But if you want to do foiled cardstock and things, you absolutely can. You can foil the whole image just like that. You can also do distressed foiling. Okay, so if you say, for instance, have any more of the solid ones here, but I'm going to do it with this. So what you can do is take your foil, crumple it into a ball like this. You'll find little pieces all fly all over the place. Don't worry about that. But put it on top. And this is more when you're doing like maybe stencil techniques or something like that, but I just wanted to share it with you as an option. Is now when I run this through, it will have like a crackled effect to it. So if you want to do like a distressed crackled foiling, that's how you do it. Just take your piece of foil, screw it up literally, and put it on. So you see now it's got all that texture in it. When I peel this off, you see how I've got that crackled effect in my foil? So it gives me that. Now what I could do is add another color over the top. So anywhere where I've got black, I could add another color and I could have like a two-tone effect to it as well. So you can really kind of play with different foiling techniques. Just screw it up like this and you'll get that kind of fun effect in it. And as I say, anywhere that you didn't pick up, you can leave it like that so it looks aged. You see there, it kind of looks like, I don't know, kind of reminds me like Great Gatsby Art Deco kind of style with that kind of aged effect in it. Or you can now add a second color and have two-tone foiling. So you can do that too. Okay. What else did I want to talk to you about with toner? Oh, so we have these, and I'm going to do selective foiling on this, which I think is really beautiful on these. Because if I try to foil this, and I'm just going to grab out a piece of foil. This one's already been used. Well, this is already a used one, but it will demonstrate what I mean. You can see there's a little bit of a pattern that we've already had to go with here. But I just wondered is I wonder if you could add foil to your fairy floss. What do you think happens if I foil on fairy floss on foil? Make sense? Try it. We will try it. So if you foil something like these, so it does a pretty good job. But again, you're going to get more of that distressed effect. It's going to look like a foiled cardstock. This is the way. So you see how this, I think you can see like this is pretty solid. Okay. So it doesn't matter how fine a line you have, you can still foil it. So these are really fine lines. And this very much looks like that letterpress, the, you know, like the glimmer plates, those kinds of things. So these, when they're foiled, they will give you that same effect. And then you can color them in, or I like selective foiling them, which is what I'm going to do. But you want to make sure that you foil it before you color. So whether you're using paints, whether you're using, I wish I could pick up, like it's so sparkly and shimmery here on those edges. It's really pretty. Whether you're alcohol markers, whatever it is, always foil before you color. Because once you color, if you get color on those lines, it's going to be very difficult for that toner to stick and for you to get the effects you want. And particularly if you use alcohol markers, you may find your foil sticks to a lot of your coloring because it has a resin binder in the ink. Okay, and you're going to melt that and then you're going to stick it down and then that's not going to work so well. Okay, so just always color after you foil first. And it doesn't matter how fine, you can go super, super fine. And this will almost give you like that letterpressed foiled effect. It kind of looks like I used a holographic glittery embossing powder, but it's very delicate. There you go, you can see. There you go. So now you can see how delicate that is and how much it kind of catches all that shimmer in there. It's really pretty. So, all right, let's see what it's like with fairy floss. I don't know. So I have a piece of fairy floss I made already. And I also have some fresh fairy floss. I don't know what color. This is white. Yeah, I don't. I don't know, I was just looking in my drawer and I'm like, oh, we put fairy floss in laminate, so I wonder what happened. So I'm going to take fairy floss and I'm going to take this gold piece of foil that's already here and we've already used it once. So I'm just going to spread it out over the foil. Maybe this is a good way to use up scraps of foil if you don't blank canvas them, I don't know. And then I'm going to do the silver with this blue piece that I have just sitting here. I have no expectations for this. Like if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. So there's my fairy floss paper. I mean, it's stuck. It's definitely, like, if you look at the back, it's white. See, that's the original, it's white. But the side that had the gold foil on it, like there's some places that it's thick, but in other places it's just like a soft sheen. So it definitely does transfer on that way. Okay. Like, yeah, this is white and this is yellow. So it does pick up some of the color. If it's already done, let's see what it does. So this is a piece of blue fairy floss paper I'd already made. I don't know if it was my last class or what. And I'm just putting it on a piece of foil that's already been used too. And I want to see if it like picks it up differently once it's already melted. So this is the one. So it's definitely on there, the silver. I don't know if you can see it. So if you look at this side, it's very blue. If I shimmer this side, you see those silver particles that are kind of caught in there. So it almost looks like silver glitter in there. It adds like a glitter texture to it, if you can see it. So whether you've got pre-made paper, you can see like it's taken a little bit off of here. So whether you have pre-made paper or you have raw fairy floss, then yes, you can add some foil into it. Just like a hue, it just adds a little like extra element. Or say for instance, you wanted green fairy floss and you didn't have green. If you took the white and put the green foil on, you could add more of a green hue to it, if that makes sense. So that's definitely an option. Okay. All right, I want to see if this is dry. I put this. Nothing's drying today. I don't know. Why it is so cold. All right, so in theory, this will dry. It's just taking a while to dry. So foil fusion, let's talk about foil fusion and using adhesives and stuff. Then we'll take a quick like 15-minute break at 2 o'clock. And then at 2:15, we'll come back and we'll go deep into using adhesives and different ways you can adhere. I'm going to talk more about the enamel, the foil, the floss, all that kind of stuff as well. So, oh, I also wanted to talk to you. Yeah, I'm also going to talk to you about using foil fusion on stamps, using it with coloring, like all that kind of stuff. So we'll dive into all those things. But I want to talk to you just about the basics of foil fusion, and I'm going to put some foil fusion on some pieces of cardstock. We're going to hope it dries quick enough. Usually it dries pretty fast. I don't know if it's the cold. I don't know. But it is really cold in my craft room today. We shall see. So, foil fusion comes in multiple colors. So the original was clear. It's actually, obviously it looks white. When it dries, it goes clear. We have a version that is white and it dries white, which is the one I put on the butterfly. And then we have a black version, which dries black. Okay. And when they dry tacky. So if you're working on a dark cardstock, the dark is often nice because it doesn't give you any additional glare or anything like that. I'm going to put a little bit on the side here. You see it has a thick black, like a very rich black color to it. I'm going to grab myself a little paintbrush here. I'm just going to brush it through our new little pebble stencil. Oops. Moved. Oh, we're going to end up with a nice distressed effect because I moved the stencil. Yeah. So you can see it dries nice and dark, and it's just going to dry like this. It will stay glossy, but it will be tacky once it's dry. Okay, so that's what we're waiting for on that one. So we'll let that one dry for a minute. And then this is our original foil fusion. So this is going to be like, so the Crafters Workshop have a tacky when dry medium. I'm just going to spread some on here so you can see. Thermoweb have duo gel, they have liquid adhesive, you know, they have all the things. And then this is going to be the white. I'm going to give this one a good shake. So you see how this one's very translucent. So although it goes on white, so if it's on a dark cardstock, it's easier to see. This one's going to dry white. So I'm going to put some on a white, and I'm going to grab a color out as well, just so you can see. This one's very much going to dry bright white. I think my voice is breaking up all around. I feel it coming. I'm just going to take this. And obviously the more you use, the darker it is, but you can see it's designed to be a little bit of opaque to sit on top. Whereas I'm going to put some of our regular foil fusion down. And of course it's a little bit contaminated, but you're going to see this one's going to dry with that white hue. This one's going to dry pretty much crystal clear, apart from the streaks of white that I just put into it, mixing it with the white. But this one is going to dry far more white than this one's going to dry. And if you want this to be even more white, just put, and you can do this. So I already put a white pigment in. If you want it to be really pigmented and to be super white, and I'm going to show you why the white is so cool. You can grab some Snow Flurries, Leanka. I know I've got one. Let's find it. I'm just going to put a squirt of Snow Flurries, Leanka. You saw not that much, but a little bit of Snow Flurries, as we all know, goes a very long way. A quick shake. So you can really kind of customize how white you want your white foil fusion to be. See, now this one is now super duper white. So you can kind of have completely translucent, you can have milky, and then you can have the full deal. Like super duper. This one doesn't, because this one is actually pretty strong, but the camera's just not picking it up. There we go. All right, so I'm going to let these ones dry. You want to allow them, as I say, this one's going to go clear, so it's really easy to know when it's dry. And we're going to then put some different foils and stuff on top. I want to show you different ways you can add stuff on top to it. I've got some Zots here. We've got the double-sided tape. I'm going to show you how to, if you want to kind of do some fun foiling, different to doing the embossing powders. We're going to do that. Grab out stock there so we don't forget. So we're going to show you all those things. In the meantime, we need a 12 o'clock and a 1 o'clock winner, right? Right, are you ready with the drum roll, Michelle? Thanks. And then we'll have 2 more winners just before we end around 4. All right, I'm going to go grab something to drink. That's really why I'm pausing, as well as I need the adhesives to dry, but even more so as I need something to drink. All right, so our first winner is Sandy Y. Congratulations, Sandy. And our second winner is Lola. Congrats, ladies. All right, so based off what we've done so far, so we've talked all about the different types of foiling, heat reactive foiling, toner reactive foiling, all those things. We've talked all about different ways to use toner reactive foil with toner products. So with printed papers, with panels, with all the things, okay? Does anyone have any questions so far that we haven't covered on that? We're going to cover using adhesives, different types of adhesives, tapes, flocks, enamels, panels. I'm going to grab out a different panel. I'm going to grab out a pretty flower too. So these are how the sheets come. Let me go back to my desktop. So this is how they come. They come pre-perforated. And so I'm going to show you some coloring techniques as well. So these are the hills that we scroll through. I know I've grabbed a few out already and used them. But these are the floral peonies. And there's also like a couple of like larger ones. And there's lilies. And then there's full card front flowers like this. And like this. Maybe we'll do this one. And then these are the butterflies. So these are all the butterfly panels. So you can foil them. I really want them on acetate and vellum. Yeah, I think I'm going to go throw the kettle on super duper quick and make something warm. He keeps telling me to drink warm drink. So, excuse me. All right, so I'm going to go do that. I really want to have these on vellum too. Or am I the only one who wants these on vellum? Like with vellum and acetate, I think they look so pretty. You all know what you think. Okay. So, all right, it is 2 o'clock my time. So let's say 15 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. I have to boil the kettle, it takes a while. So yeah, 10 to 15 minutes, and then we're going to dive into everything adhesives. If you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. Like I'm here to answer your questions too. If there's anything you want to know about, anything I haven't.
It is
Ooh,
2 o'clock my time. So let's say 15.
I know, I hear myself over and over. But yeah, feel free to drop it in the comments if there's anything you want printed in different ways. You can just let me know. You can drop me a line and let me know. Or maybe we will have them for the crafter party or something like that, because I have some fun stuff coming up with flowers in there too. All right, so I'm just going to mute my audio. I'm here if you need me. I'm going to throw the kettle on, and then we will finish up everything you need to know about using gilding foiling. So we're going to do a little bit on that. Then flock, enamel, and tone reactive foils with adhesives. So that's our last section. everybody ready to dive back in?
I'm ready.
We're all ready. I don't know what is going on with glues here today. Nothing's drying. It's drying. I made lemon sip, and I made someone was suddenly hungry because they didn't eat their spring roll. So I made, I gotta add a bit more foil fusion than him. What did I just make? Something I just made him. Oh, fried mushrooms in like an omelet type thing, but there's no cheese in it because he's on a diet. Whisk that straight up. Why this one? All right. Well, we'll work out with the adhesives. The foil fusion's taking longer to dry than I want it to, so we're just gonna have to go with the flow and make it work. Anyway, I just wanted to put this so I can't make a mess with it. All right. So let's talk about some selective foiling. I don't know if I put, I might have adhesive, I'm not sure. I'm gonna grab out a couple of colors here. How these look. I think this will look pretty. Right, I'm gonna grab myself a piece of my stamping paper. I'll just use a piece of cardstock underneath. So I'm going to color a little bit of this flower. Let's change the view. All right. So I'm going to take some R11 and just kind of put some color. I'm just laying down my foundation color here. Now, depending on the markers you use, if you foil after you've colored with alcohol markers, you are going to pick up some of the foil, not just on the lines, but on your coloring itself. So it's another reason I always say to foil first and then color, because the last thing you want to do is color a beautiful piece and then you add your foil and it sticks. Now, the reason it sticks is because all alcohol markers, just like your alcohol inks, they have a binder in them. We talked about this in our alcohol marker coloring class. Not quite the same. Not quite the same kind of thing, but enough that if you put it through the laminator, it's going to become tacky and you're going to be upset with the results. So now I'm just going to go in with some this RV32. Now all I'm really doing is flicking from the top of the petal and the bottom of the petal. So I'm not doing like any kind of in-depth coloring. But you can see it's adding like a pretty glow. And I love peonies. Peonies, hydrangeas, roses. I'm a real flower girl, I have to say. Do some RV11. I need one shade a little bit dark. Let's see. Oh no, this is pretty good. And I'm just doing some super quick coloring just so I can show you like how I would add accents. If I was sitting coloring this, I'd spend a lot more time on shading and things. Thanks, Barbara. I don't like this line I've ended up with. I'm trying to just soften it out a little bit. So just kind of like a little rough coloring. Some green on the leaves, you can get the shades of green. Do some YG. That's funny, you guys probably can't hear, but he's sitting there eating and he's very serious, you know, he's a doctor. And he loves soap operas. All I hear are these soap operas all day. I'm just sitting here laughing to myself. This is YG23. I'm actually going to color these leaves upside down because easier. And I'm just adding some extra shading in here at the base, like where the flower would naturally kind of overshadow the leaves. So as I say, just like a quick, easy coloring. I don't like this kind of line I've ended up with in here, but there's some nice depth and stuff in there. So then you can kind of think about adding some foiling and things. I'm also going to just quickly color this one, I think. Three, one. So I'm going to start off with, I'm going to do this one monochrome just to kind of show you the difference. So I'm going to start off with some N1. So it's a neutral gray one. Should have grabbed a hoodie when we had our break. Pretty dry. And in February, we'll have, I don't know if it'll be February or March. Our outside temperature, oh, it's warm. It's just me. It's freezing in here. I don't know why. This room is always either too hot or too cold. It's just one of those rooms. I really can't complain. Our outside temperature's not that bad. I was just standing outside. I'm going to do a Copic or an alcohol marker coloring class on florals. Different ways to color florals, how to do grayscale, how to do sepia, all those kinds of things. And we'll also have a very good friend of mine. She's amazing with the gel press. I actually make all of her products with her prints. She makes like cups and stuff. She's going to come in and teach you guys how to use the gel press. We also have the crafter party in February too. Oh, he's made that tea. I want to try that. Is that tea that you bought? Is that tea that you bought? The powdered tea, is that what you bought? That you just made? I want to try that here.
That's the tea.
I'm so intrigued by this tea.
You want what?
Intrigued by the tea. Okay. So I'm just starting to add my shadow. And you notice when I color, particularly with a flower, I'll rotate. So a gel press, so they used to be made of gelatin. Now they're made of like a more of a composite. But it's literally like jelly. I think I have one of that I can show you. And you apply inks and paints and all this stuff to it, and you can create all your own like beautiful collage papers and prints and all kinds of stuff. It's so fun. And yes, very addicting. But it's a great way to use your inks and your paints and your stencils and your stamps and all those things in a different way. I love coloring monochrome, by the way. I find it addicting. And I could color all my images monochrome, not just black and white, but like different shades of pink or sepia, like all these tones. I love them. Because we all know there should be like, you know, green that's succulent, but I this is the problem. I get addicted and then I start just like adding all these little. And I'm trying to do it quickly because I don't want to, this is obviously not a coloring class, but I want to have color on here so I can show you like how I would pick out areas and things. And just add those kind of like last little dark details in. And when you're doing monochrome, you kind of have to go a little bit heavier handed with some of the shadows. But like those I found were a bit too much. So I'm just going in with my lightest. And that's the thing you can do with any kind of coloring is if you find like your shadows just go a little bit dark, just take your lightest color and go over the top. And you see how it just softens them out a little bit. And then I'm going to use different a different combo on the leaves, just so they kind of give some separation as well. Oh, thanks. I love coloring. Actually, one of the first things I started doing when I started card making. So these images are really nice because they're already grounded for you. So if you don't want to add the grounding, you don't have to. So I'm going to go in, what's that color? Where was it? N0. I'm just adding my base here. Let a leaf that. So I'm going to just do that little leaf over here first with my T2. Then these ones I'm actually going to color upside down. So I find when something like bends towards me and I color, I just turn it the other way up and I color that way and then turn my image back, because to try and do this flick towards me, I don't get that same softness. And I'm sure it's full practice, but I find, and if you find that like you're getting a lot of solid when you're trying to color those kinds of images, just flip your page the other way up. And I think you'll find it will work out better for you. You see how I kind of try to just differentiate those leaves just by using, although I'm using the same color family, I'm using different tones to try and give it that light to dark kind of effect to it. So I'm going to do the same with this one. And it's the same whether you use color pencils, whether you use alcohol markers, it's all going to be the same technique. And of course, naturally, you've got to think this is a huge flower. It's going to give a lot of shadow here. So you see how dark I kind of made these areas? That's purposeful because I know that this big flower is going to shine a huge amount of shadow onto these leaves. So I can afford to go a little bit darker and a little bit heavier. Like that. So as I say, these images are already grounded. I like a little bit more grounding personally, and it's what's going to allow your image to look more and more realistic. So I'm going to take the grounding that's already there. And this is an N0, so this is really, really light. So almost by the time I'm finished, you don't really notice it being there at all. I really would like. Oh, the T0, let's try that. But just up to the edge of there, I'm going to just kind of pour that toner in, because you know that flower is going to be curved and it's going to be kind of sagging down. So I want my image to look like that. And if you do the grounding and you hate it, cut the image out. So that's kind of just like my basic image. I did just see my C00. The only thing I'm going to do with that is just like C00 is almost nothing. And by the time it's dry, I'm just going to kind of touch that in. But it just makes it look like it's sitting on something and it's got some depth and dimension to it, as opposed to just being that black kind of flower on there. All right, so now is where you can add some foiling. So we're going to have that as one of our foiling options. I'm going to keep this one. I'm just going to grab a couple of colored pencils and add some color, just like basic color. Nothing, I'm not going to worry about shading. So the nice thing about these pencils, and by using a colored pencil, is when I color over the black, you see, I still see the black through it, but it also allows it just to kind of pop out a little bit. And I'm going to color big chunks. Like normally I'd sit here and I'd kind of like, you know, pick out every section, and I do all kinds of different things. But oh, just want my reds and the oranges, I think. I think these would look beautiful colored in sepia and things. And I'm just going to do this main butterfly, not the whole common things, but just have got some stuff colored in. I'm trying to mirror it a little bit, you know how butterflies are kind of like little mirror image. I'm just trying to make sure I'm not too far off of that, but also not worrying that it's, you know, 100% perfect. You don't have to spend a ton of time coloring. I hope I didn't put stuff on top of my foil fusion. I just had a you see, I'm not doing any shading or like picking out sections or anything. I'm just adding color. Some more yellow. Yep, I did put that on top. I knew it. Okay, so just to kind of give us a base to work on. All right, so this is one of the new things I grabbed it after lunch, forgot to show it with you. Would have been great. So it's designed that when we're working, if we want to leave something to dry, or maybe we want to find our panels, you know how often I have my panels and I can't find stuff, that they all just slot in here. I do have an organizer. Denise asked me to make an organizer for our different card bases and sizes. I have something like that coming. This is kind of the first thing, but I made this for me because such a mess, and I decided I'll put it in the store. So you can actually use it two ways. You can use it like that and just put your cards in as you're working. Maybe you want them to dry, maybe you just want to find what you're working on. And then you can also turn it over and use it the other way as more of a tray. So you can put it in here, or sometimes I'll even use this when I'm spraying with my spritzers because it's got this little guard around the top. It's not too big. It's made of plastic, so I wash them off. I have another one in black in the office that I use all the time. And it holds everything up. So if you're doing it, then obviously you can just allow stuff to roll off too. Or you can even put things in the back here like this too. They'll fit like this while they're drying. So just depending on what you're working on. If I'm working on canvases and stuff, you've got more of a gap. On this side, it's designed to actually hold them upright. And of course, it comes in all the usual colors. So that's my little thing. Should have had that here today earlier, right? But mine was in the office, so I went and grabbed it from him. All right, so let's talk about adding some foiling. I got some other pieces here. So you can take foil fusion, you can put it on a brayer, so just on a roller like this, put it on your stamp and stamp with it if you don't want to do the embossing method that we did earlier. Once it's dry, you can add that on. My foil fusion is not drying particularly well today. I don't know why. I'm going to try adding it with the laminator and see if, because sometimes some heat will help it too. But it's just not wanting to dry for me, but it's okay. So you can, first of all, I'm just going to take some double-sided tape. I'm just doing a random pattern here. Where's my little burnisher? I'm going to just rub this down. Throw floss on it. I'm just going to tuck these pieces under. That'll be fine. So then you can take a piece of foil. I'm going to use lemon foils. Yeah, they are next to me, I think. I get them in this morning. I put them somewhere safe. So this is the cut sapphire, because I think it looks like my favorite cut sapphire ring. So I'm just going to press this down, take your burnisher, whichever one you want. I like this one just because it's got that larger surface area. They come as a set, so you get both. And these are really designed for foiling. You can use them for scoring, but I have one that has a nice rounded side coming for the scoring. I like to use this for burnishing with glitter, with foil, with leaf, with any of those things, because it's got that kind of sharp edge, but it's not too sharp it's going to cause damage, but sharp enough that it's going to make sure your foil sticks. That's everywhere. Sometimes it's kind of hard to see, you know, what you've got. See how I did? Yeah. Oh, this one I missed some. Oh, why that? Wonder if my tape is old. No, it's not sticky, my tape, but it's more of my tape's got a load of like, I don't think they're dog hairs, maybe it's dust. No, it's got something in it. So I'm just gonna lay a piece over the top. So double-sided tape does degrade over age. Not all adhesives do, but double-sided tape definitely does. I've had that. I've actually had to throw a lot of my tape runners and double-sided tapes and stuff, that kind of stuff away. They just haven't lasted during the there we go. That's it. Okay. Where's our base color? You can see like super pretty blue on there. And then you can start kind of creating fun designs. You can do, so you want to do everything in one direction first. So if you want, I'm going to do it like shattered glass, maybe just to kind of do something different. So you want to do everything going down first and then go across. Because if you start crisscrossing, you'll see like here, it kind of ends up a little bit difficult because on this one, just down. And then lift up, obviously, each color at a time. So if you want this to be multiple colors, you want to do all your pink, then all your red, then all your rose gold, or however you know want to do it. But just bear in mind that's going to lift up like that. So you just want to think you want it to be. This one, the release paper's not releasing. This is not. This had this one. Let me find another one of our new colors. This is the cut ruby. So again, super pretty. Come on, I've got this. So you can see when you start burnishing it, you'll actually start to see the nice clean lines if it's stuck. And if it hasn't stuck, you won't get those lines. Okay. So you can see that you can start creating patterns, you could make stars, you could do all the things, but you can just basically take anything. You can make your own plaids at Christmas with thick and thin tapes, but you can put that down, burnish over the top, and that. The best tape for this, honestly, that I ever found, if you want to do these kind of background techniques, is the Elizabeth Craft tape. So Elizabeth Craft Designs, I think, has the best double-sided tape for doing this. It's nice and thick. It stands up to burnishing. It holds the foil well. You can also do great glitter techniques with it. In my opinion, it comes in a ton of widths. You can get sheets you can die cut, all those things. There isn't a better double-sided tape that I found. We never had our own double-sided tape. I never went down that road. I always liked else. Tape runners aren't really going to do the same technique for you because they're like a dotted adhesive. They're not going to be a line adhesive like this. So again, you have to do it with a tape. And you can die cut, so you can take things like, I thought I had some sheets here, but you can get sheets of double-sided adhesive. You can die cut them, put them down, cover them in foil, and you can either create full backgrounds that you can alcohol ink on top of, which we talked about earlier, or you can just cut out a design, whether it's like words, whether it's flowers, whatever it happens to be. You don't want anything too delicate because you're going to have all those pieces and peel it back, and you want the tape to stand up. But most die cuts you can do that with. Okay, so most die cuts you can do those kinds of things with. So you can absolutely do that too with any kind of adhesive. And you can do that with not only your toner reactive foils, but I'm going to grab another piece. I don't think there's anything in this cardstock. I got some Zots here. I'm just going to take a couple. And I'm going to press these down, and I'm going to grab a couple of our circles too. What I had. So we have two sizes of circles. We have a large and small. I grabbed a sheet with the large. Oh, you know what I didn't show you? Is this. I'll just use the small ones. I thought I grabbed a sheet of the large, but now I've got stuff everywhere in here. Goodness. So I'm just going to grab a couple of these. These are also really fun for creating backgrounds too. So you can make backgrounds with these. I'm going to grab my definition. So these are just bling dots. But I just want to show you the technique. So this works with any kind of tape adhesive, glue dots, double-sided adhesives, those kinds of things. That's the thing with dots, is they don't stay very round. But you can use them with both flop and enamel. So any kind of adhesive like this, double-sided, will work with flop and enamel. So I can take this. Okay. You've got lots of different angles, just depending on the size of what you're working with, all those kinds of things. Come on. This is the downside of these dots. Oh yeah, these ones work perfectly. So you see any kind of adhesive you can put down. So if you put double-sided adhesive down, you can put your enamel on it. Let's do it with these. The big ones that we have listed on the site, and I had a sheet of them. They're completely flat. They're like a die cut double-sided adhesive circle. They work amazingly with flop and enamel. They're my absolute favorite. I had some because I showed them to save. You asked me, like, what's that for? Put them somewhere very safe and very secure. Anyway, let's see how we do with this. They're my favorite. So any kind of double-sided adhesive, like double-sided tape, I'll put a little bit on the page so you can see. Any kind of like flat double-sided adhesive is going to be best with enamel. So enamel's a little bit of a tricky one. Now there is a duo gel. You can also use your foil fusion with it. But if you're going to do any of those, it only really works with the laminator method. I find it's kind of how you get that nice. See how we do. We good then. So you can see that's how you get the enamel to go down with the double-sided. Okay. Now, I find that the laminator with the duo gel or your foil fusion, you can also do it with the laminator method, is going to give you a better effect. But it's the same when you use flock. So if I take the flock, burnish it over the top of my circle, or if I had tape down, you can see that's going to go down. So the enamel and the flock are never going to work with the toner. And they only really work with the gels and the adhesives, other than the tapes, if you use the laminator method, because they need that pressure from the laminator. Those rollers, when it goes through and the pressure it gives a really nice effect on there. So that would be my recommendation in terms of block. In terms of enamel, you do need to have adhesive. This is nice and sticky now. So if, for instance, I was to take this, I'm going to try. It's not really dry enough. So you want to make sure that the, this is my foil fusion. You want to make sure it's nice and dry. It usually takes, I would say, about half an hour to an hour. I don't know what's going on today, that nothing's drying in here. I don't know if it's because my room's so cold or I don't know. But this is not that dry, so I don't think it's going to stick, but we'll try. We'll see what dried and what takes. No, it's not dry enough. You see it's just ripping up the paper because it's not dry. Yeah, so on the side that's stuck. So this is where I was talking to you about the different colors of foil fusion. So here where it's dried, not here where it's wet. This was the clear foil fusion. So the clear foil fusion, you can see it allows your foil, your enamel to go on, but where you would have the white, and I just screwed up the white. I don't know if it's gonna work. There you go. You can see it more here. You see where I've got the white underneath, you get that color pop. And if you add more snow flurries, you'll get even more color pops, depending on how white you want it to be. I make it a mid-white. If you want to have it as a bright white, you absolutely can, but that's the difference. But you do want to make sure that your foil fusion is dry. Mine wasn't, and I hope that the heat from the laminator was going to help. But you can see the difference. Like here is pretty dull. This is a super bright because I had that white underneath. So that's the difference between the different colors of foil fusion and why I wanted to share those with you. But obviously I have a little bit of a humidity or cold. I don't know. Something's not done right on the foil fusion drying today. I did some pieces yesterday and they were fine. All right, I did want to share this with you quickly. So these are our magic foiling sheets. We had these before Christmas. We had them in a kit. And we will have more of these coming. But I'm just going to cut a piece off if I could find. I have my huge trimmer. So I'm just going to cut a piece here. So this is black toner printed on black cardstock. So you can kind of see it's a little bit glossy. But the cool thing is when I take my foil and I take a sheet, and I'm going to run this through the laminator, the pink laminator. So we're going to expect some wrinkles. Yeah, I'll go through it, Mary. I'll tell you what's in there for sure. It should be nice and hot, put on all day. Okay, not bad. Not my favorite laminator. These, okay, so don't judge the edge of the star. It is actually not printed there. These are like distress stars. We did them for Christmas. But you can see then all of a sudden you get your black, your foiling on your black cardstock. These are ripples I just got in the foil from putting it through that laminator, but you can see the rest of it. So we also have sheets that are printed on black and on craft. And I called these magic foiling because you can't really see what you're going to get until you're done. So we'll have flowers coming out. We're going to have birthdays, all that kind of stuff. But just to let you know, that's magic foiling. So you can have printed colored cardstocks. And then when you foil, you basically create your own foiled colored cardstock. Okay. And we're actually trying to work on a method that you can have colored printed papers and then we foil on top of them. I think that makes sense. We've got something coming out soon with that. So that would be really fun as well. We might have like a foiling part 2 or might include in the crafter party. We'll see. Anyway, so the other thing you can do is selective foiling. And there's a couple of ways you can do this with foil. And that's when I would use my foil fusion. So say, for instance, I wanted my stamens to be. You there? You still hiding? 50 minutes. Palace, I got it. So if you want your stamens in the middle, so you wanted some gold in here, go away. I love you, but go away.
Say hi.
Oh, you do?
I don't remember mine now.
Well, if you were all close, you would have seen it. Okay, so if I want my stamens in here, you can let this dry and we can expedite the drying a little bit with a heat gun. Do that and see if I can get it to dry quickly. Now, bear in mind, foil fusion has acrylic in it. So if you heat it too much, it will bubble. That's why I'm kind of being very careful with the way I'm heating it. So I heated it a little bit. I'm applying my foil over the top and I'm going to heat it again. But just remember, it has acrylic in it. So if you leave it, like, I think I might have just smushed it. It's not drying that fast. I don't recommend the heat gun method. I'm just trying to hack it a little bit to kind of show you guys. So you can see I kind of have that like shimmery piece. I know it's not kind of catching it, but there's a shimmer piece that came off the top here that's in here. But really you want to let that foil fusion dry and then it goes. So that's nice. Yeah, like it's a nice idea. Like we can add some foil fusion. We can do that. My favorite way of doing foil when I want to do, I'm going to work here on the ladybird just to show you like one, I think this shows up more and one it's way quicker. So if I take my foil fusion and I'm going to apply it here on the thorax of my butterfly like this, this is where those flakes are really going to come into their own. So what I like to do when I'm applying the flakes is I tear the size piece I need with the 2 pieces of paper. 1, it stops it cracking, and 2, it stops making a mess. And then I'll just take off one of the pieces of paper. I put the other one down. And I leave it just, I don't know, maybe a minute, I would say. Okay. On here. So we're just going to leave it for a second. As it's drying, I might kind of pat it just to kind of get a little bit more coverage. The drier it is, the better before you rub it off. So if you can do this stage, walk away for an hour or so, even better. I'm going to give it a quick blast with the heat gun to try and expedite, but mine just isn't dying today in here. I have the back door open, which I don't normally do, and I'm wondering if that's like throwing off the humidity in the house. Ah, see, that's why. I let it dry. Remember, I'm an impatient crafter. This is where it all lets me down. Flying. Yeah, you can see. So if you leave it to dry and you don't do what I just did, and then I have to go in and fix it, you end up with this beautiful foil piece. Now, the reason I like doing this, I'm going to try and push this in a bit more. The reason I like doing this kind of foiling, do you see how that looks on there? Is to me, this is a lot softer. So when I add foil, like toner reactive foil, which I like maybe on alcohol inks or something like that, it's very, very strong. It's very, very bright. And this is when I use the different foils at different times. You know, obviously hot foil plates are different using then. But if I want to actually add foiling onto my coloring, I would much rather use, again, Foil Fusion, but I will add it and I'll add the gilding flakes because it gives me that softer effect. Here's my sand eraser. I can always sand erase where I don't want it, which when you're doing Foil Fusion with regular foil, it's a lot harder. You see here how I can really kind of like carve in where I want it to be. It gives me that pretty foiled effect, but it's a lot more delicate. It's not so solid. And if I want more, I can go in and add more. So I can go back, I can add more Foil Fusion, which I'm going to do because I, smushed it a little bit. And I'm going to fill in the thorax. I'm going to go all the way down here, way up. Try and even all of this back out. And then I'm just going to take a piece of my gilding flakes and I'm just going to leave it. I'm going to put it in our brand new drying rack and I'm just going to leave it. Right, so I'm just going to take this, lay it on top. You can see where the adhesive is, it sticks itself. And I'm just going to leave that for an hour or so. And I'm going to stick it in my drying rack, which I just had in our hand because we just talked about it. What did I do? So this is where this is done. Things like this. I can put it in my little rack and it just stays there, dries for an hour, and then I can peel off that excess flakes and we'll have a really pretty butterfly card front. Same with these. If I wanted to add veining into the leaves, the other thing with Foil Fusion is it allows you to add very thin lines. So they all come with this precision nozzle like this. And it allows you to add those very thin, fine lines. If you want to just add, say for instance, here, I wanted like strong veining. You don't even have to add the foil. I mean, we do have a black Foil Fusion. Well, it's a bit thicker than I wanted, but I kind of just want to show you the idea. Like if I want to add a really thick detail, you can take your black or your white Foil Fusion and add this. And then what I'll do at the end to soften that, I mean, that actually looks kind of pretty. It looks a little bit thorny under there. But what I'll do to soften it, once this is dry, I will apply kaleidoscope powder over the top. Because the kaleidoscope powder will also stick to this. And it's very translucent, the kaleidoscope powder, particularly the pearl dust. And I can't think what the newer one is called, so we'll have to remind me. But if I just dust that over the top, it will basically make these look like shimmery lines on here. So if you've got the black Foil Fusion, the white Foil Fusion, and you want to add 3D but soft veining and lines, so if I wanted to do the same, I could do the same with white. So if I want to just add some white details, but I don't want them to be harsh white, I can add this, which as you see right now, it looks super white. But when this dries, and it's like so fine and so easy to put on with the nozzle. You see how, like even with my nail brush applicator on our Illuminate, you can't get this fine with this amount of control. This is about having this nozzle. So you could fill one of our nozzle bottles with Illuminate, or maybe we'll have those, I don't know. But look how, and then what I do is I wait for this to get dry and then I apply kaleidoscope powder over the top So I still have that bright white line like this, but I get like that shimmeriness to it, and it just adds a softness. So rather than your whole image doing that with those bright white lines, you have that soft shimmery veining in them, and it just looks like a soft sheen on there. So you can do that too. So take your foil fusion, your white or your black. The original clear won't work because it will dry clear. Wait for this to dry till it's tacky, and then apply your kaleidoscope powder over the top very lightly, and you'll end up with a nice soft sheen on there. We used to have a black kaleidoscope powder. You can try that. We had a green kaleidoscope powder. You could do that. You can do the white with the interference, really anything you want. And you see like how pretty those veins and lines are, but that softness of adding the kaleidoscope and the mica powder to it is amazing. Okay, so that's what you get. Any other questions about foiling, what you can use, what you can't use, different types of foil, different types of mediums, anything like that? Anyone have any other questions on how to do them? I like this effect personally. And I love the fact we discovered we can do it with embossing powder. Now I have like so many ideas. I'm going to put this in my drying rack too. Questions, comments, concerns? I'm going to go through the Gotta Have It All bundle, cover anything else. I feel like there's something else I had on my, oh, you can embellish papers too. So if you have colored papers, printed papers, not just black and white papers, you can also add foiling elements to them with your foil fusion. You can stencil over them with foil fusion. You can do what I just did on those papers, allow it to dry, and you can add the kaleidoscope powder as an option, or you can of course add the foil or the gilding flakes. So if you have pretty printed papers, I don't have any of my papers here, but you could just apply some foil fusion. Say for instance you had Christmas papers. I know we're all kind of over Christmas right now, but if you had Christmas papers and say they had ornaments on them, if you apply foil fusion on the details of the ornaments and then add gilding flakes or foil on them, then you would then have foiled accents on top of your papers as well. So you don't just have to take our black and white ones and foil them. You can also take your existing papers and you can add elements using foil fusion the same way I just showed you on that flower. So take the white, the black, or the clear, add the details, add your gilding flakes on. I like to add the gilding flakes on when it dries. I just find it clings better and it gives me a nicer effect. You can do it afterwards if you want to too. Or you can add kaleidoscope powders to give you that like pearlized thing. So if you had black papers and you want to just add like some 3D details, again, you can do the same thing. You could also take foil fusion, the white one, and you could distill it into mini bottles, and you could add your color hive reinkers to it, and so you could make foil fusion in any color you wanted. And that would also kind of work a little bit like a Nuvo drop. So you can kind of make your own little hacks like that too. That will also work. Okay. But remember it dries tacky, so then you have to put kaleidoscope powder or foil or something over the top. But if you were doing the kaleidoscope powder and you wanted red underneath or blue underneath or green underneath, add some re-inker into a little distilled bottle, add your foil fusion, and you would then have your color of foil fusion that you could then add your kaleidoscope powder onto. Does that make sense? Everyone with me? Everyone's so quiet. I don't know if you're absorbing or if I'm just like overloading. I don't know. Okay. Let me open. Oh, actually, I have the Gotta Have It All bundle written on my note that I sprayed on earlier. Listening. I feel like we should, every class, you should have the option to buy the recipe cards at the end of it. Maybe. I don't know. All right. What do you get in the Gotta Have It All bundle? You get a 2-ounce bottle like this, of white foil fusion. So you'll have the white. You will get the 0.8-inch circles. You get 30 of those. So you can use them for swatching, you can use them for background making, you can make them for all those kinds of things. You get a set of the swatching sheets that we did this morning. So you get 3 sheets of the swatching. So there's 36 cards there if you cut them up into squares, or you can keep them in sheets like this, but you'll have 3 sheets. So there's 36 squares. You will get the red foil, so the one I just used, where was it? The ruby. No. We just used it. The cut ruby that we just used, you'll get that. Do with it. I don't know. You get the cut ruby, the cut sapphire, and we have a cut ruby, cut sapphire. And let me get you a piece of the rose gold out so you can see it too. Now I have it in this room. It looks more like pink metallic. In my bedroom, it looks more like rose gold. Yes. This is the Rosé the Day Away. Okay. So you get 5 sheets of each of those. You get a set of the bone folders, and when you check out, it'll ask you, do you want the white bundle, the black bundle, the pink bundle, the purple bundle, or the green bundle? So you'll choose your burnishes. Okay, so you will choose what burnishes you want. You will get the rack, the drying rack, like so, the double-sided one. So you can use it the other way up too if you want sides, or if you don't want sides, you can have it that way. And then whatever color you've picked, you'll get both things in the same color. You will get our class in 2 weeks, which is textures, stencils and layering. So it's going to be creative alchemy, techniques with stencils, all that kind of stuff will be in there. You will get the layered rose stencil that we showed you earlier. You will get the pebble stencil. You will get the double-sided 8.5 by 11 playground paper. So that's like the geometrics that we were using. One, this. You'll get this. I've been so good all day. I've been so good, and now suddenly here it is. Okay, trying to breathe. You will get the flutter and foil. So you get 12, yeah, there's 12 sheets, I think. Yeah, 12 sheets. You get 48 different butterfly panels. There's a couple that repeat, so I had some gaps, so I just picked my favorite. And you get those. You also get the same with the flowers. So you get all sorts of different florals. Flutter and foil, blah, blah, blah. That's it. So they're all the things you get. White foil fusion, the 0.8-inch circles, the foil swatch sheets. You don't get the big 1.5 because we only have 5 sets of those. So oh my God, I can't breathe again. Once it catches me, I'm done. You've got that. You've got your bone folders and burnishes. You've got your rack, your class, and the class also comes with a February gift card. You've got your layered rose stencil, pebble stencil, playground paper, flutter and foil, and bloom and foil. That's it. And it's all got spritz over it when I was practicing earlier, trying to decide what color I wanted to have on my stuff. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, I wanted to come back to this. Does anyone have any other questions about anything from today? Anything maybe we didn't cover that you were hoping we were going to cover, or really anything? Thanks, Michelle. Me too. This cough is driving me crazy. Well, you see, like I can go all day, and then once it catches me, it's just like cough, 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 cough. All right, he'll tell me off in a minute. I know. Be like, did you take your antihistamine? I'll be like, "Mhm." I have my honey and lemon right here. So this is where you can add those details in. So say, for instance, you want to add, this is where I want you to show you, you could add the veining and the leaf. If you want to keep it soft, of course you can. But if you want to add, and this is where I would then add the pearl dust afterwards. But you see how fine it is? And of course it's nice and strong in color too. but I love that I can add my kaleidoscope powders and things to it. This is a little bit probably darker than I would do on here, but I just wanted to use it as an example for you. And then again with the white. Me too. I love flowers and roses, and I can think of so many different ways we can use this, like distressed ways and very structured ways. And I also thought about doing it in as a paper, like layered paper. I thought it'd be, excuse me, very pretty that way too. I want to just. So this is with the white. So this will dry white. But then what I would do is either add some foil on those areas. Again. I'm sorry. So you see how I've created that kind of like rose structure there? So then you could either add foil, gilding flakes, kaleidoscope powder, or even a mixture. So you can kind of just play around. I'm so sorry. You can kind of just play around with how you want to highlight that. But by adding that a little bit of texture, I think it just kind of makes it pop. So right now it kind of looks squiggly just because it's white. You've got to imagine that that's going to be a color. Probably I would choose like this rose gold foil, the Rosé the Day Away foil. Or I would choose what would it be? We have a rose, like a pink in the gilding flakes. You have tons and tons of different options. So that's kind of why I would do that. And I still love this monochrome, like how this came out. Like just as a basic pretty card. So pretty, right? So, yeah. Okay, let's come back to me. There. Yeah, so time to start. We're gonna do some winners and then I'll answer any questions and then we'll pause there because I did good. Like you can imagine if I'd have tried to do this on the 28th, like 2 weeks ago, oh my God. I couldn't even have got one sentence out and I'd have been coughing. Like literally Safe would have been here having to like trying to describe to you what I was doing, which actually could have been hilarious. But he has no clue what I do in this room. Like he was helping me pack orders and I was like, here's this order. And I was like getting him to put it in the boxes and stuff. And he's like, what's this? What's this? What's this? What's this? Oh yeah, Steam has been my best friend. Steam, antihistamines, Halls, honey and lemon. Yeah, that's been my best friend. So thank you, ladies. All right, let's pick some winners though before we stop. How about that? All right, let's do 2. Yeah. I love ginger. Love your ginger. Okay. So, Michelle, we need a drum roll. And Vana Teasnabry. I have to try that. All right, so our first winner is Eva. Congratulations, Eva. I'm counting. So if you wonder what I'm doing, scrolling up and down over here. And our second winner is Michelle, you get a drum roll for yourself, Michelle. Congrats, ladies. I'm so sorry. All right. So free shipping runs until tonight. Your 20% off coupon runs until midnight PST tonight. I will send out the replay. Do you guys want the link now, just in case? In case you want to watch it before I send out the replay. So there's the link. You'll be able to watch it there because it will now disappear publicly from YouTube for everyone anyway. If you need anything, feel free to email me. I will be online a little bit later. We're going to go grab dinner and ice cream, and I got grab some stuff from Home Depot. And then we will
Before going to the med spa, watch.
and then I will send out the wrap up, but everything is there. Your collections and everything are there. If you need anything, as I say, just reach out to me. And if not, thank you so much for hopping on with me today. I really, really appreciate it. Thank you for bearing with me now and my coughing fits. And I really hope you all enjoyed and learned something today as well. Bless you. And I hope you all learned something today about foiling and got some new tips and techniques and things you can use. Do not buy this laminator. If anything, the Scotch one and the Amazon Basics, but I don't think they make the Amazon Basics anymore because I looked for one and I couldn't find it. Excuse me. So there's that. Next class is in 2 weeks. So it's 2 weeks today. We're doing textures, we're doing creative alchemy, we're doing stencils, like all the kind of stuff we already have in our stash, like different ways to use it, different ways to stretch it, different ways to mix it, all that kind of stuff. So that will be 2 weeks today. And then February, we have the crafter party, and I think we'll probably have our gel press class. I'm just waiting on his schedule when he's leaving, all that kind of stuff. Then I'll figure out the full schedule. So that's everything. Thank you so much for hopping on with me today. I will see you all very, very soon. I'll try to hop on some other video. I know I need to finish the Advent and I got some other stuff like I want to show you guys, but I will try to hop on and do that as well. If not, I'll see you all very soon. Have a wonderful rest of your